Okay, give me one moment to get the game loaded up here. Once then we will start our stream. I'm going to delay ads about 9, you know what? I'm going to let the ad start, and then once the ad ends, we will all come back here and start the game together. Hello, because I went by the Hugo. Actually, I sound like a little bit better. But just to be sure, we're going to still make the same 3 hours at least. I know I was trying to say about 5 or 6 hours, but since I'm just coming back from recovering, I'm going to just make it a safe 3 hours. So I hope that's okay. What I'm doing right now is letting the ad break start soon because the ad break is supposed to start in less than 40 seconds, give or take. So I'm going to let the ad break start, and then watch you all come back after the game moved up for us. It's a Sherlock Holmes, the Thin Soldier. So yeah, I'm trying to just take it easy on the first lane. We'll play some more of that team paper on Friday if that's okay. the top way you can have at least on the weekend, as well as be a whole day play after I have a over. Okay, you guys should be able to see it, or you guys need it right here. Okay, much better. So that way, it's, I know you guys able to could see it for the first time, but I wanted to make sure that, not just the lake corners on there. Yeah, that's much better. Alright, so, see the thin soldier.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe? General Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered. Waterloo Tontine?
The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up.
Oh, no, so sorry here. Let's see. Okay.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe? May we be of some May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe? General Farnsworth.
One moment there. Let me adjust my headphones. Okay, it's all good now, so let's resume. where it was like, I can't like hear anything. Well, maybe because you haven't made it. Like, bullets.
Armstead, one of the 6 surviving Waterloo Tontine ticket holders, has been murdered.
Waterloo Tontine? The Waterloo Tontine was a lottery of sorts, Watson. It was set up in 1815 to aid the veterans of the Battle of Waterloo. Wellington's victory over Napoleon.
Yes, of course, I knew that. Quite an ingenious plan on the part of the founders. £1 bought a ticket in the name of some young relative. The ticket proceeds amounted to over £1 million. Half went immediately to veterans and their families for medical and hardship expenses.
What became of the other half?
It all went into an account at the Bank of England, where it's been collecting interest all these years.
Very clever. And how does one win this prize?
Simply by outliving all the other ticket holders.
And now you say one of them has been murdered. Very suspicious. Who are the remaining 5?
The oldest is Captain Robert Jurgens, age 82. Then there are Anita and Claire Thomas, who are 80-year-old twins. William Rowland is 79, and Peter Dudley is 77. Poor General Armstead was the youngest at 74.
Seems as if he would have had the best chance to outlive the others.
I recall reading something in the Times about a big to-do involving the Tontine survivors on the 18th.
That's correct. The Waterloo anniversary banquet at the Langham Hotel.
Why is the name Armstead familiar?
He was a noted art collector, I believe. He also authored a well-known book, Treasures of the Conquerors.
Quite right. At the time of his death, General Armstead was working on a revised edition for his publisher, Norgate and Company. It was to contain an entirely new chapter on a fabulous diamond called the Polar Star, which at one point belonged to Joseph Bonaparte, Napoleon's brother. The general had new information which traced the gem to its present owner.
Tell me about the circumstances of General Armstead's death.
Oh, yes, of course. Well, let me see. At 10 o'clock this morning, the general's valet, David Sennett, admitted a call to the general's study. Sennett says he did not know the man. He was elderly and spoke with a French accent. Sennett told him the general never saw anyone in the morning while he was at work. The gentleman insisted that if Armstead read the letter he had with him, he would make an exception. And so it was. Sennett took the letter in, Armstead read it, and went quite pale. He told Sennett to let the gentleman in. Sensing something amiss, Sennett dawdled in the area of the study for the next 15 minutes or so. Then he heard the distinct sound of swordplay. He tried to enter the study, but found the door locked. Then he heard the crash of breaking glass. He raced to the kitchen and out the back door to enter the study from the garden. By the time he got there, the caller had vanished, and the general was leaning heavily against a shattered display case of military miniatures. Before Sennett could assist him, he dropped a saber from his hand and fell over dead.
And I take it the letter, which so upset the general, was nowhere to be found.
Correct, Mr. Holmes.
Well, we shall put our brains and our feet to the task.
Okay, so that was a lot, but they got an understanding of what's going on. So Armstead was one of the 6 ticket holders for a $1 million cash out. That would be 50 for medical or living, and 10 in the bank that would pay interest. So, when someone comes with a letter, they sword fight in the office, and he gets stabbed so severely that he dies. But also the letter that the person had is thrown through, along with the person's family. So I was trying to get notated here all the names. The only names I managed to notate was Thomas and Armstead was the youngest, so it was unexpected that he died. And then the Waterloo anniversary will be next week. the Waterloo anniversary is next week on the 18th. Well, the person that we are speaking to is, let's see, Answer, I believe. Like, yeah, Answer, person tied one of the 6 ticket holders. But remember what he said? The last person who survived is $1 million. And I'm already starting to wonder something. Because we heard swordplay, I wonder if perhaps they were playing swordplay, but it wasn't played swords. So you know like how you have ceremonial swords? Like they're swords, but they're not swords. They're kind of like ceremonial ones. They're not really meant for combat, as some may say. And I wonder if it was a case of that where the guy assumed they were place wars, but it ended up that it was real when he stabbed them. Or it could be perhaps he knew they were place wars, but in the end he used the real one when stabbed them. But they premeditated before that. Who knows? Yeah, that's what I think. Because you wouldn't play sword fight with just someone. But remember, it's stated that he turned pale. So it had to be news that he was racing or something unexpected. And I had to guess it had to be something along the lines of perhaps one of the ticket holders passed away. Or something along that line, like threatening, like if you don't fall out, I will kill you, or something like that. Or a challenge to tool, or something. So I managed to write down a lot of things. So, yeah. Okay. A duel. Yeah, because remember the guy was the butler said that he heard sword play. Remember that? So like a tool. But back in those days, you could challenge someone to a tool. Like a challenge of arms or a challenge of duel. Like a declaration.
May we be of some assistance, Inspector Smythe? General
Smythe.
Farnsworth Armstead, one of the 6 survivors.
Okay, so his first name is Farnsworth. Okay. Sorry, I said at the beginning a different name for the guy, but his name starts with an S. Farnsworth Armstead. Let's go to the estate.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, yes, of course, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the General.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book, the part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the General just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpet bag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take in to him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the General's old regiment. When the General read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
So, a lot of information was given there. One piece of information that was given is that the letter wasn't recent. It looked very yellow with age, with the stated Kaplan Armstead. So, at first I thought it was like a more updated letter that in the left installed, but the things I must be back at. So, it now states that it's an older letter because it used his older title of Kaplan Armstead. So, what is probably like a sheet, like a message in a bottle, where after so many years, it's like it's finally been open, but they could have had information in there pertaining to his title on the bank, during the war. Maybe something from a plan, or maybe something from back home, or something affiliated with his status for the military. It could be a lot of things, but yeah. I just wanted to put that in there that because of the age of the letter, it does seem like perhaps it's something that was written during his time in the war or during his time at Westerlo. Definitely, but I now wonder what would it have been? For it to be that shocking. And after all those years, all those decades, it had to be something that maybe he was worried about or realized about or something that is familiar to the captain or the late captain of Armstead. Because was yeah, that's odd, definitely. Such an old letter gets that kind of reaction, it does make you think like, okay, I wonder what was in the letter. Will give off such a reaction, like, it makes me wonder, like, what was it that he read? Will give such a reaction like that? Or maybe it could have been something affiliated with his book. Because remember what he said, he writes books and novels. And he's writing one about the star that was stolen from him. But also about Napoleon as well. And also remember what he stated. He stated that the Napoleon figurine was turned back. So it was in a different place, or perhaps it was turned, it's an unusual position for it. So I wouldn't be surprised if this was affiliated with his theory or his chapters on Napoleon in his new book. Maybe someone wanted or had information that was very with that or something along the lines, but it's too early to really give a statement just yet about the quality. But because of the age of it, again, it's stated captain. Well, captain, he's no longer a captain in the Waterloo army at all. Uh, it only makes you think. It only makes you think. But yeah, that was interesting. Also, the gate, the fence, 8 feet, but there's only one way in and one way out. It's not like a regular garden fence that's made of, it's just a standard entrance. Hmm. Oh, no, I forgot something
I
here.
found the general.
The general was killed by some old codger who walked with a cane and carry a carpet bag. Okay, okay, Thomas. Yeah, the Thomas lens, I believe. Claire and Anita.
Would you care for some tea?
Thank you, no.
It's really quite good. We were just going to have some ourselves.
I really won't be staying long.
We get visitors so seldom.
Did you know the General?
We suppose he was at the last anniversary banquet. But we don't believe we ever met him. We were so sorry to hear of his death. It is such a pity.
Well, so I imagine you ladies have thought about what you do if you won the Tontine money.
We have no living relatives, so there's no one
to share it with should we win.
We need very little to get by on. Undoubtedly, we would leave it to
The Ladies' League for the Preservation of Finches.
Okay. So, it wasn't a lot that they told us, but they did say some things. Last time they saw him was at the former anniversary dinner. So that means that they really haven't had a lot of communication with them. But also they barely get visitors. Also, they're twins as well. Also, I do like that they let the twins finish each other's sentences. So very in that way. So yeah, I totally like that. Oh, they let the twins finish one another's sentences. The old ladies were kind of creepy, but I don't think they have. Like, it's just that they're twins, they served in the war, but they barely get visitors. But remember what she stated, they don't have any living relatives. So that's also something. They don't have any living relatives here. So they're literally all that they have, which is sad. So they're twins, once again, I really like how they finish one another's sentences. Really. But yeah, they don't have any living relatives, which means they have outlived their whole family. But they don't have anyone that really visits, minus like talkers, or, mailmen, people like that. On this end, they have no intentions with the money that they won. They'll give it to a local organization because they don't need a lot. So they would only get what they could use and then give the rest away. Because as they stated, no one really visits here with them. They're literally all they have, which is also sad because they seem very, very kind-hearted. These are the kind of people you want to have. Make sure that they're taken well care of. But they always have each other only. But yeah, I would dismiss them. Yeah, it's sad, but they have one another. But it's like you want the best for them because they fought in the Waterloo War. They survived it. It looks like they're in good condition. So they don't have any lasting wounds. When they totally want to be around people. Totally. When they're twins, it is fair. So these two twins fought in the same war, probably the same battalion, came back on the same place, would stay connected to one another, even after all this time, and living with one another, even though they're all that they have. Like, really, I can't mark them as a suspect. But also remember, they barely talked with Armstead. The last time they saw him was at the former last year's anniversary dinner. So, yeah. I can't see them as the suspects. I just can't. These old videos made our heads spin, and if you go there yourself, don't take the tea. You'll stay and they'll talk your ear off. Oh yeah, tea. But they say don't take the tea. But usually back in those days, taking the tea, like if someone asks you, oh, would you like tea, or would you like a scone or a biscuit? When you have it, you have to start conversation with them. So I say this that I don't think the tea is poisonous or lace. But I say this, if you get the tea, when you drink it, it starts conversations until they won't shut up. They'll keep yapping. And you'll forget what time it is until you have to let it go. Look here. There was a name he said.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
I must admit we did not get on very well. But I might say that Mrs. Armstead did not get on very well with anyone, including the General.
You mean they didn't marry for love?
Hardly. Lord Fitch, Mrs. Armstead's father, arranged the match. Her dowry was very generous. Lord Fitch would have paid any amount to ensure that he would not be left with a spinster daughter, especially such a nasty one.
If there was no love lost between them, why did he keep her portrait in his study?
Actually, it was put up there to needle Mrs. Armstead's brother, the present Lord Fitch. He never approved of the marriage. Even after her death, they were involved with mutual business affairs. They jointly owned stock or some such thing.
Tell me, do you know what the General was doing at the time the intruder arrived?
Yes, he was working on the new section of his book. The part that concerns the gem, the Polar Star. It was very interesting, really. It traces the ownership of the gem to the brother of Napoleon, to the Russian Count Rostov. Unfortunately, the gem was stolen from the Count 3 years ago. As a matter of fact, the General just received a letter from a Pierre Montan, who said that he was willing to divulge the name of the present owner of the gem for the agreed-upon fee.
Do you know where Mr. Montan might be found?
I believe he's staying at the Bridge House Hotel.
Did the General have any encounters with anyone out of the ordinary in the past several days?
Not really. An old friend of his has been in town, Jean-Paul Girard. Neither the General nor I have seen him in 40 years. In fact, they were going to meet this afternoon at the French embassy.
I'm obviously curious about the General's last visitor. Could you describe him, please?
He was an old man, a rather short fellow. He walked with a cane and carried a carpetbag.
Did he give a name?
No. He simply wanted to see the General, and he handed me a letter to take into him.
Did you read it?
No. It was in an envelope, rather yellowed with age, though I noticed it was addressed in a graceful hand to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars, the General's old regiment. When the General read it, he went very pale. Then he asked me to admit the gentleman.
Tell me, when you finally got into the room from the garden, were the study doors still locked?
Yes.
I noticed that there is an 8-foot fence surrounding the garden, and that the only way into the garden or out of it is through the kitchen door or the study.
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Okay. Sorry, I was typing all of the notes here. So I put them in the chat here so we can follow along a bit better. So saber was in his hand before he died. He collected figures, also military. Napoleon is backwards, which was uncommon because it was a famous battle. Was meeting someone, Lord Fitch, his Armstead's wife's I put father. Like Armstead's wife, father. New section of book of the Gem Star, Pierre Montague will meet at the Bridge House Hotel to discuss the person who stole it. Jean-Paul Girard is an old friend who made at French embassy. The garden has a fence, so the only way is to the kitchen or the study. Okay, Kane. The reason I typed it in chat is because it was a lot of talking that has to be one of the longest bonds or the longest bonds that we have ever had from all volumes so far. I totally think that was the longest bond. Like we had some that had moments later, like the time card, moments later. But that one was very long, but it also was very informative. So yeah. Okay. Let me see if we can go to Fitch. Yep, Lord Fitch.
I admit I strongly disliked Armstead. He was a cad who made my sister's life miserable. I argued at length with my father against the marriage, but to no avail.
But What was your sister's opinion at the time?
Well, unfortunately, Mary was not the attractive sort who had scores of suitors. My father was afraid she'd be left a spinster. The engagement was arranged just before Armstead went to France. During the year he was gone, I had him watched and discovered he was in the thick of some scandal involving a young French girl.
And you told your father?
Well, he wouldn't listen. I even went so far as to give the story to the newspapers. But my father got wind of it and used his influence to prevent its publication. I would have done anything to keep my sister away from that man.
Including murder?
Why, that's preposterous. Well, surely you don't think... I was scheduled to meet with Armstead today. But you see, my wife took ill. I spent the whole morning attending to her here until Dr. Ainstree arrived at around 11 o'clock.
So we know that in the army there was a scandal with a French girl while in the army. Lord Mitch said that he was with his wife on Verdine, and Dr. Hensley is the one who played him, but he was supposed to meet Armstead or something. The stuffy bloke wouldn't let us pass his front gate. Nervy sod. Okay, so he may be a bit nervous. Okay, let's kind of go to Hensley. I don't think he's here. Okay, but the hotel, the Bridge House Hotel.
How in the world did you hear about it so soon, Mr. Holmes? The body's still warm. Couldn't have happened more than 10 minutes ago.
Body? What body?
Well, the one what's upstairs in 203.
We're here for something else, actually. Looking for Pierre Martin.
Well, that's the very fellow what was done in.
Well, tell me, young man, do you know what transpired?
Well, Mr. Martin checked into the hotel on the 8th. He was a Frenchman. I didn't speak to him much.
Who discovered the body?
I did. Well, I came along to his room to deliver a wire. Here it is, sir.
Information still valuable. See me, Wells, Osborne, Norgate and Company, publishers. Tell me, did you see anyone suspicious hanging about?
No. No, sir. Well, actually, now that I think about it, there was a rather large man with a foreign accent. Russian, I think. He said that he wasn't sure about the address and that he'd only just arrived in London. He asked for Mr. Martin, and I sent him straight up. Well, he was rather well-spoken and well-mannered. I didn't think anything of it at the time. A few minutes later, he came down. He was practically running. I saw him go out the front door and hail a cab.
Was there anything amiss in the room?
I'll say. An inkwell was toppled on its side, left an awful mess on the carpet. Big blue spots and inky footprints right the way to the door. The manager will be in a fret when he sees it. Fortunately, there was no blood.
Perhaps he was strangled.
Mr. Maston was in 203. Osborne was in the name in the letter. Saw a larger man with a Russian accent. Say that he just wandered into London for Mr. Maston. Minutes later he left, but the inquiry was followed in the hotel room without the trace of blood. Also, I have a feeling there's something here that they won't cover. Like, you have to understand now. Your person comes to Armstead's house, they foreplay, but then he gets stabbed on ties. Then the Russian man comes in, asks for Mr. Matson. Don't go 03, goes up there. Minutes later, he runs down to get a cab, please. When the next person goes into the room, it is an inkwell that's toppled on another place of blood. But Mr. Matson was here in London to speak with Armstead on who stole the gem star. I'm starting to think these two murders are more than connected. Like they both definitely have to be connected. But remember what he said, the body was still warm. So we know that when you tie your body it is cold. But the body is still warm means that the body is not even probably a week old. Or maybe even a few days old, the being dead. So that means that happened instantly. Probably it didn't happen around the time that Armstead was killed, or maybe a bit after. We're doing even as well. But yeah, this is definitely getting interesting. Actually, check over his hip, who seems to be the fellow you are looking for. Oh, wow. If the body doesn't have bruises or sign of fighting back, maybe it wasn't choked to death instead poison. Yeah, that could be it as well. But it could also be. But yeah, I wonder as well if it was strangulation. Would he have fought back? Like, even when you're being strangled, there's that time where you would grab the hands that's strangling you, or try to get out of the strangulation. But also, if the guy never mentioned if there was a mess, just had an email was doubled. So either this guy was suspecting someone, or it was so unexpected that he hadn't had a moment to react. Yeah, definitely Hugo. We thought we heard someone walking about inside, but they didn't answer the bell. Maybe we should go back and break a window. Hmm, okay.
They had absolutely no information pertaining to this case.
I thought not, Watson. It appears that we've wasted our time.
I don't remember. It would have been the 18th, or maybe the 17th. Then, no, the 18th. So we're going to check the photo first. Because remember what they said, the anniversary dinner would have been on the 18th. So, but next week. Remember he said next week on the 18th. Let's see. Hmm. Irish expedition. Order of the Stone Church, okay? Again. Hmm. Let's see. I mean, this is the 11th. The week before the anniversary dinner on the 18th. But nothing about the 10th. Hmm. Glenmore, Connor, Gorski. Okay, never mind. Okay, let's buy another newspaper. Another newspaper will be around that date. 11, there's the 10. Oh, there's the 12. Okay, let's buy the 12. And then it is forming a shooting party. Ocean brand on host essence of beef. London on Westminster. Mutual fund. Stage is a profession. Scotland shooting party. Newcastle Gate. Sarcophagus. Ransom Morocco. It is intelligence plus who kills the Cesar. Germany und Zanzibar. Okay, between hydrate. Ja, danke. Ich habe some Wasser für mich, don't worry. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Let's find the alternate. Hmm. Let's note on the trees. Let's try the 10. Ah, look, okay. So it was this one. Okay, so we found it. Was it January or June? June the 10th. Okay. Miscellaneous. 75th Waterloo anniversary. The time is pleased to announce a tenor on the occasion of the 75th anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. Wednesday, June 18th at the Langham Hotel. The party participants in the Waterloo Town Time will be guests of honor. Further information is available at the Langham Hotel or the Times office. Okay, remember those two places, Langham Hotel or the Times office. Also, I'm going to snooze the ads. So today we have 7 more minutes before the ad breaks start. Okay, so let's see here. Langdon Hotel or the Times office. Okay. So what we're going to do here, Langdon, next stage. Let's go.
It seems none of the staff knows anything about Armstead's demise. The manager was rather grateful I told him the news. Says now they can count on one less place setting at the banquet.
Then I suppose it was a good thing we stopped here, Watson.
Okay, so we can count out anyone at the hotel. Hmm.
Can you tell us what did him in, Sir Jasper?
A sword through the heart, a smart upward thrust. The good general married into a considerable fortune when he took Lord Finch's spinster daughter, Mary, off his hands. Mary's brother, the present Lord Finch, was opposed to the marriage from the very beginning, and there was still considerable friction between him and the general. But through holdings which the general inherited from Mary, he and his former brother-in-law were in business together. Ah, the ironies of life, eh?
Why do you think Malcolm Fitch was so opposed to the marriage?
Well, I'm not sure, but it had something to do with the general's reputation with the ladies. Of course, this was before my time. Now, I'm not certain he can be of any help to you, but you might want to check with my illustrious predecessor, Mr. Lloyd Shoemaker.
I'll make a note of that.
You know, of course, the general wrote a book about art collectors and included some less than chivalrous details about how a few of them had come by their collections. One man, Carson Cabot, a gem collector, was quite incensed by being so named. In fact, he accosted Armstead and fractured the general's collarbone.
I understand that the General was going to include a chapter on the Polar Star Diamond in his revised book. Would you happen to know if Cabot had anything to do with that particular gem?
Well, I can't be certain, but being the collector he is, I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't already have it in his possession.
Okay, so we got Shoemaker, and I hope I heard that right. Also Cabot, und Cabot und Armstead had a falling out because the book had information about how people on how some people got their fortune. Also, Advik starts in less than 3 minutes. So Armstead makes the book about certain things, but also that Polaris star. And then he also has the area where he talks about collectors on how someone has their fortune. On being Cabot, Cabot gets so upset at the information that he goes to Armstead and attacks him, starts a fight. And then Pike states that Wade or Wade Shoemaker will have some information is hidden. Wade Cabot.
Can I help you, Mr. Holmes? Mr. Cabot, I'm looking for the murderer of General Farnsworth Armstead. Where were you this morning?
You don't beat around the bush, do you?
Not if I can avoid it.
Well, it so happens I've been at home all morning.
Yes, I can see that.
Well, of course you can.
Either you've been at home all morning, or there's some other good reason why you are still attired in your bedroom slippers.
Okay, so I won't really take him off of it, because he could still feel suspect. But he does have his bedroom slippers on now. That could be many things. He could have had some trace of blood in them, or traces of the pebble or the flower in the garden, or it could have his shoe print, and in the cups or the lace by the shoe print that may place back home. So it could be told that he was in his bed, his household day, but it also could be told that he has been out when he changed shoes so that they could trace his shoe markings. So it could be either or only or that. But I'm going to keep Habit on the list here because he may be a suspect or he may be a help in it. Like, just in case he's not the person that killed him, but also I realized this well. He looks old. He doesn't look as old as how the butler described. Because he said he had a bag and a cane who looked very old. But anyone can put on a disguise, truly. Anyone can, disguise themselves. So yeah, I'm going to let the ad break start now, everyone. When we get back to this, once we're all back together, I'm going to myself select a bit and hydrate more and get a snack. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so yeah, what I was saying, yeah, we're like, oh, we will come back, everyone, we will come back. So yeah, as I was saying, Comet is wearing bedroom or house slippers. But he stated he was at the house all day. Now, that can be true, however, he put up his hair and outside and may have killed Armstead because remember what they said. They got into a fight because Armstead was talking about collectors in his book. And it was also about how some collectors amass their fortune. But Hammett is a known collector or importer. But something in there was written about him that he took a pencil and fought Armstead some time before his death. But also is him. It could be that he also was out of his house. Because even though he has house slippers on, anyone can only put on house slippers, let's be honest. It's like literally is it switching from one shoe to another, depending on how complex it is to take off or put on. So yeah, but also it's like he could have been out, but he just may have removed his shoes, maybe get them cleaned or something, because you can place shoe prints, like the bottom of the shoes, those, yeah. So even if he were out, maybe he could have been the one that killed Armstead. But when he came back home, he moved his shoes or took them off and put on house slippers. But depending if he has maids or butlers, maybe they did or didn't see him, walk out. Is him. But yeah, I'm still going to put Comet near the top. Maybe close to the middle, maybe, but also as well, he does look old, but he doesn't look as old as the picture described. But it was put up in a disguise that, someone may have been using because there was like pain on the bag. So yeah, there is a lot here that we need to put in. So, see here. Sneak the peek in Comet's window. The gent was taking off his shoes and putting on his bedroom slippers. Now, that's what I was talking about. But remember, he has a yard. These places back in the day had a yard. But only someone like him may not want to be out in the yard in shoes. But that isn't really living a house. He's still in his house perimeter. So yeah, maybe he went out to get the newspaper or the mail, will still be considered at his home. So I would place that as he's still at the house, but went out of the house, put on his shoes, and got the newspaper or a mail or package, or someone was at the door, anything like that. But also, it just could be that he did go out, but he did change out the shoes from his slippers. So sneak the peek in Carver's window, the gent was taking off his shoes and putting on his bedroom slippers. Okay. Okay, so said it. the general was killed by a small soldier who walked the cane. Minute.
I found the general leaning over the display case. He had his saber in hand, the one that usually resides above the fireplace.
I understand he was a collector of military figures.
Yes, the display in the study shows the last great British charge that swept the French from Waterloo.
Is there any significance to the fact that the figure of Napoleon is facing backward?
How strange. Perhaps I should go and set it straight.
No, don't touch it. Not until the police have concluded their investigation.
Oh, yes, of course.
I also noticed the portrait over the display case.
The late Mrs. Armstead.
Do I detect a note of hostility?
Okay, the theater. I remember that, the theater. In the newspaper, the theater were talking about the play. They think they were talking about a Napoleon play. So, what I'm going to do is, let's go to the Princess Theater. Yeah, there we go. There's a Frenchy play going on at the Princess, and a line going around the block. 40 homes will be taken up behind the bed. Okay. So a famous play. Okay, let's see.
Ah, but you must see Philippe perform. My nephew is an artist, a wonder. He manages to portray the Emperor Napoleon from age 19 until his last days on the island of Savarnane. You would swear 5 different actors playing the part, but no, it is only Philippe aging before your eyes. At 48, he's the toast of the continent.
You seem rather young to be the uncle of a 48-year-old man.
I am but 8 years older than Philippe, though I can assure you I am his uncle. You might say that our family has a history of late arrivals. Philippe's father was 25 years older than myself, and Philippe's poor sister was 15 years older than he.
Why do you say poor?
She died many years ago under tragic circumstances. In fact, her mother was so upset over her daughter's death that she was put into an asylum. We received word yesterday from the asylum that she had also passed away. It upset Philippe very much, resurrecting old ghosts, as you might say. But we have been playing for enthusiastic audiences for several weeks. As we say in the business, the show must go on. And Philippe is a trooper. He would never allow it to affect his performance.
Can you tell us where Philippe Arnaud is this morning? We should like very much to meet him.
Well, he is not here now. Our company is staying at the Grand Hotel. However, I believe today he is visiting the National Gallery. But if you would come back this evening, I will have tickets awaiting, and after the show, you're welcome to come backstage and meet him.
Okay, so remember what he just said. Philippe can play when he's at the National Gallery. Philippe can play Napoleon from 19 up to his late 20s or so further. But Philippe is 48 years old. Now, remember, he's an actor. He's an actor. So he could also be a suspect because he's playing Napoleon, and the only figurine that was turned typically was the Napoleon one. But also Isabel, remember that it was an old man with a cane with a bag. Kind of like a typical old man bully. So if someone were to disguise themselves, they could kind of look like that. So yeah, we're going to add Philippe as a possibility when to visit the National Gallery.
pity. It appears that no one is in.
However, can you tell, Holmes?
There is a sign on the door that says, "We are gone for the day."
How terribly observant, Holmes.
Elementary, my dear Watson.
Okay, so the National Gallery is gone for the day. Are you sure that was the right address? The place looks downright deserted. Okay, the Grand Hotel. Let's go.
How fortunate that Inspector Lestrade authorized the hotel manager to allow us to search Philippe Arnaud's room.
Perhaps we can return the favor and solve a case for him someday. Today, for example. Let's look around.
How strange that a man who requires a cane would leave without it.
Perhaps he doesn't require it for walking.
Look here at the handle. Well, that could certainly give a fellow a start.
Precisely, Watson. Look here. It appears to be a letter.
Looks quite old. It's addressed to Captain Armstead, 12th Hussars. Shall I read it?
Please do.
Dearest, how I hated you for leaving me, but the child, our child, eased my heartache and muted the hate. Now my sweet baby is dead. How cruel that the innocent must suffer for the sins of others. Now I have nothing. Now I am nothing. I cannot bear the pain. Goodbye, I love you still, Fleurette. How tragic. Why, perhaps this is the very letter that the General read.
Good thinking, Watson.
Oh. Okay. That took a turn. So, wow. That really took a turn. The actor, yeah, I don't think his uncle would lie on behalf of him, but I believe told his uncle he's going to the National Gallery. His uncle may as well believe him, because again, he's a good actor. But the National Gallery is full for the day, it even looks deserted. I think he did that because as a way of distraction. But remember, when someone may be asking, well, what did he know, Todd? He's not from London. He's from France. So, but also maybe he knows the schedule of the National Gallery. What knew they would be open. But also, he probably didn't go by there to confirm they were open before this. But the cane, he stated that he needed a cane with him all the time. It's been. But, that letter, it says that the person was sad when they left them with the child. But remember what he said about Philippe's sister? She was 15 years or a few years older than Philippe. But then she tragically died. And because of that grief, their mother was so sad she also admitted. But also then, she died in the asylum. What I'm thinking is that that's the same French woman from his time in the Waterloo in Italy. They had a child, a daughter. And because they said that them fit child. So this was probably before the daughter died, or before the lady died as well, because it's yellow. What I'm thinking is that maybe a year or a year and a half or years after, the French lady he was kind of familiar with that was with the child. And she gave her to the daughter. And because of that, she sent a letter, but it never got delivered until perhaps when she died. And Philippe found the letter from Captain Armstead. And he came by, he went and got the Armstead by perhaps asking around. Then, with his cane, or with the slaver in there. Well, remember, he said that there was one Dakota saber in there, because there was a Dakota saber that was used. So the belief probably was the cane from the saber from his cane, and fought with Armstead, and then killed them. But I don't think he was there to kill him. I think he just wanted to tell them what happened to his sister, to his mother, and just, get that anger out. Because the way he ran, it was kind of like, oh shoot, this is not what I wanted to do. And remember, the only piece in the military figurine that was moved was the Napoleon, the same person that he's playing in the play. That's what I think. Hello, AC Pilot. Yeah, that's what I think of that letter. Because they said it was old and yellow with age. But we know he was familiar with the village woman at his time serving the Wasserloo. So, yeah, I think that after he left, the lady discovered a bit later she was with child. So she gave her to the daughter who was much older than Billy. And because of that, she sent him a letter to tell him that I was with child and I'm saddened that you left me here, unable to help me with the child, but I never got sent for him for some reason or another. And then, tragically, much later in life, the daughter dies. And then the mother is so distraught because, remember what he said, she was so distraught over the death. Only because that's the last ever part of Armstead that she had to hold on. Only because of that, she got so upset that they had to commit her to an asylum. And that's where she died. When they heard about that, looked to his mother's remains, like, old stuff, and saw the letter, went to London, did the place, kind of maybe lived in London or stayed in London with the other people that are performers, and then found Armstead, went to the house to confront him, gave him the letter that Armstead read, and then tried to attack Armstead, probably not to kill him, but probably to just let out that devastation, because his sister died, and his mom died, and his sister was the last part of Armstead that his mother has, because again, she went ballistic when the daughter died. And then it started into a fight. He kind of showcased his cane saber, because there was a cane with a saber in it. And then Armstead got the cord of saber from the top of the decorations. They fought when he was stabbed, and then Philippe ran out. Probably didn't mean to, or probably bleeded out. But yeah, that's what I think. That was the daughter was the last part of Armstead, and the mother was so distraught because that's all she had left of the man she loved so long ago. Yeah, it is sad. Danke, Pilot Shuttle. What a highlight.
It appears as if we've jumped the gun a bit. A tad more work is necessary.
Okay, yeah, you're a bit early. A bit early. I was like, okay, we solved it. But it's like, hey, we jumped the gun a bit. Luckily, one of our pals was on duty at the hotel, but let us into early Arno's room. We saw a sword cane with a yellow letter addressed to Captain Armstead. It is that, yeah, definitely. Sorry, I was hydrating. So let's see, where else do we need to go? Let's see, let's think here. The French embassy. Remember, he was supposed to meet someone at the French embassy. So let's go to the French embassy. Let's see. Embassy is French. There we go. Does the name Horseface mean anything to you? Horseface.
Farney and I spent over a year quartered together in France in War College. We became the best of friends.
Did you know much of the General's personal life at the time?
He always put the rest of us to shame in the matters of love. Said it was because we had no horse face to spur us on.
Did the General have a passion for horses?
Mon Dieu, no. He was engaged to a terribly unattractive woman by the name of Mary Fitch. Behind her back, that's what he called her. Horseface.
How dreadful. Whatever became of her?
She eventually became Mrs. Armstead and brought her great fortune to the marriage. I believe that Farney looked upon his stay in France as his last great fling.
Are you saying that there was no particular woman at the time?
I did not say that. There was one, but I never met her. My little flower, he called her. I remember one night he could not sleep. He was slightly drunk, and he kept rambling on about promises that must be kept and promises that couldn't be. Finally, he collapsed on the bed with such sadness in his eyes I will never forget it. Ma Fleurette, he said. How very touching.
Have you seen much of the General over the years?
We have always maintained our friendship through correspondence, until last week, that is. It was the first time we had seen each other in over 40 years. We had supper, and then went to see the French actor Philippe Arnaud perform. The General commented that my presence beside him while French was being spoken reminded him of the old days.
So your visit went well?
Exceedingly well.
Can you think of anything that might have been troubling him?
No, the General was in excellent spirits. He joked about the upcoming Tontine celebration at the Langham, and he was very enthusiastic about the new information concerning the Polar Star. In fact, this week he was supposed to meet with a countryman of mine about it. It is hard to believe that my good friend is gone.
Interesting. So he was at the play too. So I think that's probably their belief saw Armstead. Maybe. But maybe there are older war photos or older, war paintings of him. But he was able to identify him that way. Or because it is Armstead, but he's there with someone from the French embassy, it could also be that they were seated a bit up front, and he was told that there were some people in the audience like Armstead, or people from the facility, but he managed to, place Armstead to his residency. But Armstead was at the theater. Also, Horseface for his wife. I don't blame him. He called her horse face. Okay, I think we have enough. We have to have enough.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's court stands in order. I see we have the pleasure of your company today, Mr. Holmes. I understand you've been investigating the murder of General Farnsworth Armstead.
That's correct, my lord, and I believe I have solved the case.
Do you now? Well, then tell me, who murdered the general?
I believe we're to choose from either our notebook or the directory, Holmes.
As usual, Watson, your help is invaluable.
Okay, leave.
A brilliantly logical deduction, Holmes.
Thank you, my lord.
Now tell us, why was the general killed?
There are three good ones. To prevent the publication, but because of his marriage of convenience to Mary Pitch, but to get them out of running for the one-time prize money, but B, to avenge the honor of Renault's sister, Laurette. Remember, Laurette was the child that his mother had with Armstead, that she sent the letter about. That's why he was so here. Because the news that you have a child with someone you truly love won't ever saw again, that will make you go in. Only, depending on when she died, or maybe the letter was sent after the daughter died, or perhaps it was, wait, no, it said captain. Well, maybe it was sent when the French lady discovered she was pregnant, but only knew that Armstead was the one she was with. So, if I had to guess, it was to offend the honor.
Now tell me, gentlemen, what was the general trying to say when he turned around the figure of Napoleon?
Oh, it was the general who did it. Okay. Oh, probably that the murderer was the actor.
Rather clever of the old boy now, wasn't it?
Indubitably. A man who keeps his wits about him to the last has my undying admiration.
Because he was still alive.
For the record, could you tell us what the general used to call his wife?
Horse face.
Excellent job, gentlemen. You have solved the case to my satisfaction. The court stands in recess. Until next time, of course.
You say you've come up with a solution, and yet you sit there calmly cleaning your meerschaum. Please, Holmes, tell me what you've uncovered.
Of course, Watson. It's quite simple, really. The most intriguing fact about this murder was the method. Mr. Sennett's report that he heard the distinct sound of swordplay struck me as most odd. It suggested an affair of honor. At General Armstead's home, my suspicions were confirmed. The old letter addressed to Captain Armstead, a rank he'd held some 40 years ago, suggested that it must have concerned something from the past, something that was clearly upsetting to him. That was the reason for the duel.
But how can you be so sure there was a duel?
Simple reasoning, my dear Watson. The general had time to place his chair against the wall, climb upon it, and retrieve a saber. The murderer allowed him to arm himself. A duel is the only event that fits with the facts.
Are you sure the caller carried a sword? I thought all he had with him was a carpet bag and a cane.
Perhaps it only appeared to be a cane.
Ah, yes.
The intruder was described as an old man, yet he left the premises over an 8-foot wall. Clearly, he was in disguise and carried off the ruse with enough expertise to completely fool the general's manservant. The carpet bag must have been used as the receptacle of the disguise when it was no longer needed.
Positively clever of you, Holmes. But what made you think it was Arnaud?
Well, since we were looking for someone adept at the art of disguise, Gerard's mention of the actor Philippe Arnaud struck a chord. Also, Arnaud plays Napoleon. No small coincidence.
What are you getting at, Holmes?
When the general turned round at the figure of Napoleon, he was trying to tell us that his murderer was Napoleon. Or rather, the actor playing Napoleon, Philippe Arnaud.
So Arnaud killed the general to avenge his long-dead sister's honor. Ah, well, unlike most of our cases, this motive was closer to the heart than to the pocketbook.
Quite so, Watson. When Arnaud's sister Fleurette was an impressionable young girl, she fell madly in love with the dashing English captain. When he left, she took her own life.
So pathetic.
Wait, there's more.
Oh.
Fleurette's grief-stricken mother went mad and was sent into an asylum. Thus, in the twinkling of an eye, little Philippe Arnaud, who was but a child himself, lost both his mother and his sister.
It's so sad.
So we were close. So he was in love with Fleurette, but so that means that Fleurette was with child when she took her life. Because it would have been a bastard. And in those times and days, a bastard child would get a lot of rumors about the person, about the mother. So he was in love with Fleurette, and this was 40 years ago, so, but he had to leave, but Fleurette was with child, or discovered she was with child, and because of all this death, she sent the letter, but the letter never got delivered because she took her life. But remember, Philippe was just a little kid, so he remembered that, so he probably held on to the letter. As well, but and that as well would be, but I think that would actually hit harder than learning that you had an older daughter all this time, because it's like you have a child. I'm currently with child, or no, because that was 40 years ago. Darn it. Oh, wait, they were adults. Yeah, they were adults, I forgot. Oh, yeah, they were adults. And then she discovered she was with child because that was 40 years ago. But remember, Arnett was in like her adult years. So Arnett took, not Arnett, but Fleurette took her life. So that was 40 years ago. Well, remember, Philippe was just around 8 or 7 years old, because he's 48 right now. Well, no, not 48, but he was 40, because his uncle is 7 or 8 years older than him, so 48. So that would have been that Philippe would have been literally a kid, like 2 or 3 years old. So, yeah. But he remembers that, so Fleurette meets with Armstead, Captain Armstead, like having a beer. After he leaves, she discovers she's pregnant, but he's already left because the war was over. Because she's so distraught after so long, probably so many days and weeks, she takes her own life, because she feels like her value, and that is where Armstead fully didn't love her. And then because Philippe was a young kid around the time, you remember that and saw the letter, maybe held on to it all this time until he finally got there and avenged her under his sister. It's tragic both ways, because I can understand Philippe fully. Like your sister ties, but your mother, ties as well. The circumstances of how they tied too. One took their life, and one is well, the soul thief-stricken, that she just kind of diminished, and, she just got worse and worse in the asylum. So he lost his mother and his older sister, and what would have been his niece or nephew, because she was pregnant. So then he delivers the letter, he realized that she's dead when she was a child. So that would make him crazy because not only did he lose his love, he lost what would have been his son or daughter as well along with that. So he lost all people that meant something to him. For that, but also it is well, the son or daughter that could have been. Well, that would make anyone better. Well, some people, depending on how you are. But remember, Armstead is old, but he doesn't have an heir because him and Mary or Horseface never had a kid. So that means that if he were to die, the fortune would have gone to someone, or it would have been inherited by someone. If he was the last one, it is because remember, Armstead is the youngest of the six. Remember what he said. Armstead is the youngest of the six ticket holders. So yeah, so that's so sad. He lost everyone special. Yeah, both sides lost someone. You have to, oh, yes. There we go. Sorry, neck. You saw my neck right there, going crazy. But yeah, they both lost something. He lost Red, but after all this time, he discovered he lost a child because she took her life. Well, then Isabel, Philippe lost his mother, but also his sister, and Isabel, but could have been his niece or nephew. Well, that's 3 people he lost. 3 people. Like, holy. Both sides lost someone, and both sides believed their own way, but one took it to a point, and like I said, I can understand Philippe fully. He lost what would have been his niece or nephew, but then as well he lost his mother, and then first he lost his sister. Like, that's 3 people to lose in a short time of one another. Totally. In cases like this, I always want to be, I know it's going to sound weird, lenient on the person that killed it, because you have to understand the backstory. Their head is like, this all could have been avoided if you didn't marry, Mrs. Finch, because they knew about marriage. And because of that, Lorette felt like she had no value. Like, oh, you went to marry. So I guess what we had was that. Did you forget about me? Like, that would be enough to push someone, especially because of how much I think truly that Armstead loved her all these years. Because of the way he acted when he was in the army, staying up all night that he can't live without her, only that means that he really felt for her, and even after marrying Fitch, they still loved her. So yeah, I think in the end they really still loved one another, but one just felt that heavier burden. But yeah, in cases like this, I really want them to be a bit lenient. Like, yeah, it's still a murder. You still have to have some consequences or something of that caliber. But it's like, you have to understand that, bro, like, it's not a serial killer. Like, Philippe was not a serial killer. Like, killing just anyone. He killed someone that caused the death of his sister, of his niece or nephew. And then his friend that had a reaction with his mother dying as well. When he was so young, he experienced so much death. So, yeah, I would say, in cases like this, I hope they're a bit lenient and understanding.
I'm sure he was too young to understand the circumstances that caused it.
Yes, but 4 decades later it all became clear when he found a letter written by his sister. It yielded an explanation and a name. Armstead. He came to London armed with that letter and a sword cane.
But he was here for several weeks before he did the deed.
Yes, and he might not have done it at all had it not been for the news of his mother's death. That was the final blow. He went straight away to the General's home to take his revenge. Voila.
Positively brilliant, Holmes. How do you do it?
With his pipe cleaner, of course.
Yeah, refill. Yeah, in this we feel more sympathy. Like I said, it wasn't like Louis was killing all of his stage hands and then Armstead. He killed someone that caused his family to lose 3 people close to him. But then his parents will experience that at a young age. But then as you get older, your mother ties from all of it. It's like you were the cause of my mother's death. It's then.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in 26 points. I think I will ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
Okay, let me open up Volume 3. Let's try to solve the case from Volume 3. I want to keep going because we're only 2 hours in. Well, let's keep going. Let's try a chapter from Volume 3. Yeah, even though that was the first volume, that was an amazing game. Really. Okay, give me one moment there. Getting Volume 3 loaded up. Like, that's the thing is that games back in the day, like I said, they were very, they totally made a story that you could try to see on sides. But that last one, I think it also reflects in real life here. It is better. Because it's like, if you were given a chance, would you or wouldn't you go after the person that caused so much death in your family, the people so close to you? But it's like, it's a double-edged sword, because if you say no, it's like, well, you don't want to honor them, you don't want to let the person know what their actions cause. But if you say yes, it's like, how far would you take it? Or would it be considered a reasonable death? It's like both sides bring up points. Only. Like again, double-edged sword. Because both sides are right. Yes, I want revenge on the person that caused the death of my sister, of my mother. When I want them to feel, or want them to not die in vain. That's the thing, dying in vain. But also you have this side, it's like, I want to be mad at them, but I know I either have to forgive them or let it go. But it's like, does that make me weak for saying that or stronger? But But also remember, this happened when he was young, correct? And then as he got older, his mother died. He didn't find all of this out about the letter until he was older. So that's like from being just a few years old, or maybe a teen or plaything, and then to a young adult. That's generational sadness. Like, that's age line sadness, not generational. Age line sadness. Und grief, und hate, und rat. Body. But in the end, what would you even say to them? Would you even say that you understand them? Or because would we totally understand someone that's going through that? It's a constant fight against one ideas and the morals blend with hatred. Alright, we're going to play a chapter from Volume 3. All my ears. That hurt. Ah, mine. Damn, that was a good intro. My God damn. Now, I think this one was made in 1993 or 1994, around that time frame. But it was like late 1993. But yeah, that music is very like, that's what I'm talking about. The music, really. Like, because, you know, you wouldn't think such intense music, like such mysterious music, were just a common toss game. You wouldn't. But think of something maybe different. I don't know. They were like, just go crazy. Like, just go crazy. add suspense, add mystery, add everything you can, but make sure that it can play on this game. Like, oh, it feels like you're about to watch your favorite show. That's all. I wish, oh, if they could make this a show, to give it kind of that 19 or that olden time feel without messing anything up, or the modern age, like, yeah, by modern, I mean, like, made in the current years, but keep what made it hot, don't keep with the older feel of it, the older effects of it. Given that spark that made them unique, I'd make sure more that this game is about mystery and fun. Yeah, boy. Sorry, I'm not gonna go lay hair like a kitten. I'm gonna make sure because I heard it meowing. I'm gonna make sure. It was okay. Oh yeah, so sorry for going on my head. Should be good. No. Okay. This is what I'm going to do because I have to set up a band to see about the kitten. Um, the ad break is starting in less than 33 seconds. So I'm going to let the ads play, but then you know what we're going to do, instructions and Holmes introduction. You know we have to do that every time because of that music. But yeah, so sorry about stepping away, but I have to make sure the kitten was okay because I heard meowing. But yeah, I'm going to let the ad play in less than 20 seconds. But then we'll do our introductions and an introduction because that music is amazing. I Okay, and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Welcome back here. Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, I'm thinking about making Torah tapes that are Sherlock Holmes related. One for the instructions music, like the little whimsy music, mythical music, and then one for the volume 2, or no, or volume 3. Volume 3's intro song. So it may not be by Friday, because I gotta get this recorded. Then, get it made. But definitely by next week, we're going to have all Sherlock Holmes routines. I'll make them Sherlock Holmes intro, and then Sherlock Holmes instructions. So, yeah, I'll just make them cheap ones. They're going to be like probably 50, like points or something. Because they're going to be just, I want them to be nice and reasonable. Oh yeah. Next week we're going to have some Sherlock Holmes routines because I'll be Tom, I like some good music like this. Just get, forgotten about. Okay. So you know what we have to do first, instructions.
If you need help, all you have to do is ask. And this, dear player, is the place to do exactly that.
Okay, so we have a pocket watch. Also, I just noticed they still have the shine on the table. The wallpaper is different, it's floral, but also, the icons are very sharp and very higher definition. So you can see some changes here. From 1, 2, and 3. From the wallpaper to the gloss of the table, there's a pocket watch instead of a knife, and also the icons are more sharper and more clear. Like, 1993, people. Late 1993, early 1994. Modern game dance, what's your excuse? Like, seriously, modern game tips, what is your excuse? Look at this. You see this? Yeah, they know what they were doing. It was like, okay, we gotta warm up, we gotta make sure.
Choose this horse and carriage after you have chosen your destination from either your notebook or the directory. It will take you where you want to go. When you believe you have directed Holmes to all of the right and proper places, and you have enough information to name the murderer and the motive, choose this icon. The Baker Street Irregulars are an untidy bunch of young street boys who happen to be on the proper side of the law. They have an undeniable knack for bringing back priceless bits of information in a fraction of the time it would take Holmes or myself. When you want to summons them, first choose the destination from your notebook or the directory, then choose the irregulars. In no time at all, they will return with whatever details they were able to unearth.
Much better than Call of Duty Black Ops 7, exactly.
Choosing this icon puts a notebook at your fingertips. I believe you'll find that your notebook is your greatest detective tool. Use it to keep track of names and places that you believe you might want to investigate. When you do decide upon a person to question or a place to research, first go to your notebook, choose the appropriate name, then choose the horse and carriage. You will be off and running. Because the Baker Street regulars are often critical to solving a case, I've included them in your notebook. Use them wisely. This gives you access to the London Directory. In it, you will find everyone you need to query in your attempt to solve these cases. The directory is also the source for your notebook. Simply choose a name or place in the directory and drag it over into your notebook for easy reference. You may also use the directory much like your notebook. First, choose your intended destination, then choose the horse and carriage, and you'll have another way to get from one place to the next. Mr. Holmes' files provide a wealth of information that he has been collecting over the years. Some of it is quite pertinent to the various cases, and some of it offers simply a fascinating and informative sidelight. When you want to access the files, first choose the destination from your notebook or the directory, then choose here when you want to see what relevant information Holmes might already have at hand.
Body found in the Thames. Read it in the Times.
Holmes has always claimed that the newspaper is a treasure of information when one can read between the lines. When you are ready to consult the Times, you may of course have a look at your paper copy or simply choose here for a close-up view.
Amen. Yeah, you were time sink here.
London is not a beautiful city. Under the soot that covers its buildings is a teeming mass of 4 million souls trying to survive, mostly off of each other. You see it in the paper every day. Thankfully, we have the London Times to keep us informed of all these troubling activities with an unbiased eye and razor-sharp accuracy. We find this publication to be of invaluable assistance in our investigations, and I'm sure you will as well. Among the forces of evil which run rampant in this city, there are also, thankfully, two groups of individuals who will aid us in our cause. As we do, they attempt to right wrongs and restore harmony and civility to the streets of London. The first of these groups is a ragtag association of young ruffians. I call them the Baker Street Irregulars. Don't let them fool you. They may be scruffy and ill-bred, but they are on the right side of the law. They can go everywhere, see everything, and overhear everyone. They are my eyes and ears in the streets of London, unquestionably a tremendous asset in our work. They will help us in our investigations if they can. The other group is a far more civilized collection of gentlemen and institutions. I call them the Baker Street Regulars. They, too, will be extremely useful in our work. At the start of any investigation, do keep in mind that it is a capital mistake to theorize before one has data. Unwittingly, one begins to twist facts to suit theories instead of theories to suit facts. The people and places to whom I will now introduce you will help us to collect the facts. May we use them wisely. Come, the game's afoot.
So, we are now back with our movie player playing here. So I know Volume 1 didn't have it, but I do know that Volume 2 had it, and Volume 3 seems to have a bigger one. So, oh wow. But you see here, they all have their own brain, minus this one. But I guess because Murray, I mean, that kind of does fit Murray. But look at the photos, wow. Look at all of the photos here, fully. Like, only you can see the improvements.
Head clerk Disraeli O'Brien is your contact in the Office of Records. The Office of Records contains legal records, both criminal and civil, as well as state papers. I think you'll find O'Brien to be a walking, or should I say sitting encyclopedia of the office's affairs. Porky is not a pillar of society, I dare say, but he is a man who has learned from his mistakes and is trying to start a new life. Although he is no longer in prison, he is still behind bars, or shall I say, a bar.
Jolly good one, Holmes.
Yes, Watson. Well, the bar in question is the Raven and Rat Inn. Porky is the proprietor. He has been of great help to us in the past, and I expect he will continue to be in the future.
Also, Porky was very helpful on that. I think it was the mummy case, where he just built anything out. I remember that was the one. Remember the case where he had one of the longest dialogues ever? Because it was mine, it was the mystified mistress. It was the one where Lawrence was hypnotized. Remember all of the stolen Bibles? Yeah, he gave such a long dialogue about there. So yeah, Porky's one of ours.
Ah, Scotland Yard. If the Yard knew how to examine evidence with any skill, there would be no need for our services. Inspector Lestrade is the pick of a bad lot. But it is true they may be a source of valuable information. After all, the professional police have methods for gathering facts that are not open to us.
Yeah, in this house, we love Porky. In this house, we do not speak ill of Porky Schindler. All we ask is that you tie on to get the plague from them. It doesn't even have to be an expensive plague. Maybe he was added to reduce the time on the cases. After all, it took us almost 4 hours on the case the first game. Yeah. But also, Porky used to do jail time, so he knows some things about criminals on the way they think too. You always want someone that's either on the inside or knows how the inside works. So since he's a former criminal, that's turned his life around. He kind of understands or knows how the mind thinks in a criminal way, but the one that doesn't require a degree.
Mr. Henry Ellis is the foreign news editor for the London Times. He is a great reservoir of information of what's happening on the continent. He also has an interest in crime news. Ellis is always happy to help when he can, but you must be careful of what you tell him, or you might find what you've confided to him in the next day's Times.
Yeah, retention. He redeemed himself. He's like, hey, I've been in and out. There's people that are in here for worser things that I've done. I need to get it straight. Like, yeah. And even though it's like a flow, it's not like a high-end area, it welcomes anyone. That's the thing. You don't need a membership or secret password. It has an area to game, like a game room to gamble and stuff, play cards. It welcomes everyone. And, like, they won't, unless you did something heinous, if anyone comes asking for you, we don't know that you were here, like, unless it's involving a murder. But, yeah, it's like, he knows some people. He knows some people criminal history is very also nicknames they go by, so he knows aliases.
This gentleman is the head chemist at Scotland Yard Criminology Laboratory. It is rumored that Murray lives in the lab. He is eternally bent over one of his tables trying to extract the history of a crime from the physical evidence he's been given. You can learn much from old HR if you can follow the twists and jumps of his thinking. Now here is a person who usually gets in the last word. Langdale Pike is a human reference work on social scandal, especially on the London scene. He contributes bits of gossip to the garbage papers that cater to an inquisitive public. Quentin Hogg is a crime reporter for the Police Gazette. He is an ex-police inspector who found the environment of Scotland Yard less than stimulating. He has a strong deductive mind and is a very good resource.
Also, I just realized even Tom Murray on the S-Edge frame looked different. One is lighter than the other one. This has just my screen. I think it may just be my screen, but it looks like one is... No, I don't think that's my screen. One looks lighter. The S-H house looks lighter or brighter than Murray's. Murray's frame looks darker. Like, yeah, they are. They're different. No, it's not. This is just my screen. The SH house one looks brighter or lighter than the Murray frame. Like they look alike, but you can see that there's a level of saturation or brightness with both of them. Also, the SH house one has more shine on it.
Sir Jasper is the chief medical examiner for St. Bartholomew's Hospital. He is London's greatest forensic pathologist. You can depend on him for all the technical details that can be obtained from any corpse whose cause of death is in question.
Like, yeah, look at it. SH1 is more shinier, but a bit lighter is like a more lighter brown or polished brown. But Murray's is dull and a bit darker. Oh, wow, there's not a digital detail.
If I can't find something in my own files, I go and examine the overflowing shelves of the great London Library. It is a wealth of information.
Okay, I think that's all.
Edward Hall is a young barrister whom you will find on most days at the Old Bailey. He's a cut above the other unimaginative members of his profession.
Holmes, don't you think you should explain to them the difference between a barrister and a solicitor?
Yes, of course, Watson. A solicitor handles the routine legal business of our society. If you do not have to go before a court, you will have no need for a barrister. If you must go before a court, then your solicitor would engage the services of a barrister.
Yeah, you told Phil a bit fancy with the music.
This is a records office housing documents pertaining to births, marriages, deaths, and last wills and testaments.
I feel like very fancy with the music. Also, the attention to detail with the magnifying glass. Like, come on, look at that. You see, even on things that you can't interact with, like the candle, the table, even, like 1993 people. This was in all volumes from 1991 to late 1993/94. Like, look at this. Literally. You can even see their reflection. You can even magnify over the reflection in a table. Like you can even tell right here, that's the corner of the ball. Like because of the digital detail. Like this is a hole right here, but then there's a hole right here as well. And this is the corner right here. Like, look at this. Okay. Already around 30 minutes into the chapter, when we just started, so we're only going to do one chapter here, because this is volume 3, there's a chance it may be a bit longer. So we have the solicitous solicitor, the banker's minor tip on the day's murder. Yeah, they let it look at the consideration of the small details. The small details only. So we have the solicitous solicitor, the banker's final tip on the Thames murder. Again, we're only going to do one chapter, and we'll save the other ones for next week. Okay, you go. I thought that it was my phone for a moment. I was looking at my phone like, what? What the hell? No, it's freaking Sonical. Like it in I have 7 days. See, we have fun here. I was looking at my phone like, why do you hate that I set up an alarm? That this Sonical just come out of my thing. Let's go in order. Okay, the solicitous, solicit, the solicit, let me try to say this, the solicitous, the, let me mute myself and see how this is pronounced. Okay, so it's solicitous, we're going to be here at please, hold on, let me try to hit it again. If anyone is watching that wants to understand, English is not my third language. It is not even my third language. Also, for Hugo as well, it's not his first language. Okay, I think I can say it. The solicitous solicitor. There we go. The solicitous solicitor. Goodness. We did it.
I believe the inspector may have an interesting case for us, Holmes.
I told you, Watson, I am tormented by a migraine and I need to take my cure.
I'll take only a moment of your time, Mr. Holmes.
Go on then, Inspector, but make a stab at the essence, please.
All right. A Mr. Melvin Tuttle, a junior partner with the law firm of Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright, dropped dead of a heart attack yesterday. We believe it was poison.
Oh, yes, Sloane, Swarthmore Swarthmore & Cartwright is one of the most prestigious law firms in London.
Pray let him continue, Watson.
You may want to know that I have spoken with the partners. Sir Sidney Sloane says he never arrives before noon. Mr. Swarthmore was at his morning appointment at Bell's Baths, and curiously enough, Mr. Cartwright began an unscheduled and indefinite leave of absence just 2 days before.
My temples are splitting, Inspector. Motive?
Another solicitor by the name of Harold Diggs was passed over for promotion 3 months ago. The position went to Mr. Tuttle. Diggs felt he was far more qualified, and so he resigned.
Ah, the jealous colleague. Certainly a motive for murder.
Is there anything else, Inspector?
I would suggest picking up a copy of the Morning Times. And if you're interested, I've got the contents of Tuttle's desk down at the yard.
Thank you, Inspector. Now, if I may work on my recovery in peace.
So I may have to turn down the volume because there was some clipping noise. Again, this is an over 30-year-old game, so it's trying its best. So, Sidney Sloane. Sloane is one of the partners. Their victim was poisoned. Harold Diggs was not given a promotion, and Tuttle is the last name of the victim. So, there we go. Oh, wow. It's very different. Wow. Okay. Let's see. I had to guess the date. Let's pick June, because when you look at the video, outside of Sherlock's window, it is very sunny. Usually Todd means it's the beginning of summer. So I'm going to take that as it is early summer. Because of that. Because I think it's well with many of these videos, you have to pay attention to the details as well. So we see here that in Sherlock's window it was very sunny. That kind of adds to it that it may be the start or the end of the first month of summer. So I'm going to see on this list here that we're going to try June 26th, because that's usually when it gets hotter. Let's try that and see. Manage. And if you're wondering why I'm not doing the top ones of this column, it's because those are usually like births. Like, it's like, oh, this person gave birth to that, or this and that. Okay, marriages. Same exes. Okay. Test. Okay. Melvin Tuttle. Okay. 25th of June, so I was right. Because again, Sherlock's window looked very sunny. So it looks like the start or the end of the first month of summer. So I was going to pick June the 6th or June the 26th. Now, it could have been August, but it wouldn't really fit, I really think. So, okay, so on June the 25th, Melvin Tuttle, 28. Wow, that's young. Oh. I I thought like in his 40s or something, but 28. What he said is, well, check the paper where it is better. So we found the TED. They may have an article about the murder. Well, they said look in the paper, not seeing anything. Minus the TED, however. Newcastle, okay, roll off Harbor. There it is. Okay. Maybe it's the our boss here. Okay. Junior partner ties on job. Melvin Tuttle, 28. Junior partner at Sloan, Swarthmore, and Cartwright. Remember that. Sloan, Swarthmore, and Cartwright. Died of heart failure after his test yesterday morning at 11 o'clock. He had been recently appointed for his post as junior solicitor. Inspector Lassad of Scotland Yard said that he had questioned all secretaries at the farm. Okay, we got all secretaries here. Margaret Porter, like that in. And Miss Alice Lee. And that's Sloan. Sophomore and Cartwright. So Margaret Port, Alice Springs, Sloan, Sophomore, and Cartwright. So we got the two secretaries with the business name. Because the attendant physician, Dr. Gerald Mason, suspected poison. Mrs. Porter, the senior member of the staff, reported that although Mr. Tuttle had worked late on important contracts, the prior evening he appeared to be in excellent health upon his arrival. And set for work completing the contracts after serving him tea. It was the tea. But I have a feeling that the maid, not maid, the secretary, probably didn't know. Because it could have been that someone, like, he may have a third teacup or a preferred tea, because, like, he's the only one who takes that tea. Someone may know that, who may have poisoned that tea, meant for him or someone else. Because remember what I just stated. He was working on important contacts. Look here, and she returned 15 minutes later. So remember, 15 minutes. To collect the letters he had prepared the post. So 15 minutes later, she was coming to collect the letters that needed to be sent out to the mail. Probably very important letters. He seemed tired of the steady She returned to her desk, and moments later, her turtle crashed to the floor. Mrs. Spring, who was also questioned, was told to start to comment. A third secretary, Miss Brenda Walker. Okay. So we have physician, Mason, Miss Brenda Walker, Poison was the victim, and his last link was the letters to send out for mailing. Okay, so she took, Miss Brenda had the day off. So she may not be a lot of help if she was off. Okay, wow, okay. Ooh. So that's all the... Ah! God damn it. Okay, okay. So we have to be careful, okay? Oh, June 26. Is it test? Yeah. Okay, we got that. But it was a big article, so Shepherd the Bull. Disasters. No books. Okay, junior partners. Okay, column 3, article 2, page 2. Okay. Okay, so we have a lot of names here. I think we need to do Mason first. Dr. Gerald Mason.
My heavens, Holmes. The good doctor is off playing cricket.
Well, let's not malinger then, Watson. It's not that important.
I do hope my gout doesn't flare up today.
Well, if it does, you can treat it yourself. You are a physician.
But of course.
Okay, so he's out of the playing cricket. Okay. The talk was out for today. Let's see here. Case file. Dr. Gerald Mason once treated Mrs. Hudson unsuccessfully for the gout. Okay. So he said unsuccessfully. So he may be a physician, but he may not be successful in such medical cases. Okay. So he's a physician, but he was the one that told them it was poison. But it looks like he doesn't know all of the physician conditions of medical because he unsuccessfully treated the gout. But then again, gout is a disease that has certain things that need to be done in order to make it be less harmful. So, someone unsuccessfully treating gout can go either way. Fun fact, gout is considered a rich man disease, but not now, it's not. But when it first was diagnosed, it was only in people that ate rich, like ate rich food almost any day, like a red meat, high fat stuff, things like that. Like nowadays, gout, anyone can get it. Mostly males, but you just have to be careful how much of rich food you're eating. But back in the day, gout, it was considered like, okay, So I'm going to go serious with you guys here. Back in the day, gout was considered a status symbol. Though if the royalty had gout, that means that that person has a very rich, lavish life. So you had some royal people trying to get gout. It's true. Because it's like, oh, this person has gout. That means yeah, be right back. Okay, yeah. I'm back. You're studying like the okay, yeah. Maybe like I'm sick. That means I have more money than you. I'm going to die. Yeah. But that's the thing. Because back then, people just thought it was a status symbol that, oh, I mean, it's cool. I mean, health is, well, with the medical advancement nowadays, you can literally have gout for like a few days and it'll be gone by next week. Back then, it was kind of the same thing but longer. They would have gout, but it would last maybe months, maybe weeks. Because all you have to do truly to get rid of gout is to just eat less of, like not, like you don't need to stop eating what caused it. You just have to moderate. You have to moderate what you eat that caused it. So if someone eats a lot of pheasant, a lot of high-rich, high-fat chicken, when they get gout, they don't need to just quit it cold turkey. Like, they just need to moderate how much they're eating a day. So that way, it reduces their gout or their stress. But the crystals from the gout that's in their big toe. So that way, it goes back to normal, or even it is less painful. Gout is a disease that was made by man, it is easy to treat. The only time you need prescriptions is maybe for the pain, and probably antioxidants so you don't get an infection. And it becomes too hot, fully. So, yeah. But also as well, just sitting, like, sitting, having your foot lifted up a bit. Gout is, it's one of those diseases, like, if you get it, you know how to treat it. You just need to just watch, just moderate, watch what you eat. That's it. Lift your leg up, fully. And just, just work out your foot, like, pull some stretches, do something. So that way, you can have less of it fully. Like, that's all that you need to do today, because there has been cases of gout from the Middle Ages that disappears or that is less painful because they went on a diet or moderated how much they ate that caused it. So yeah, it is something that can be cured. The only time it may not be as curable is if you have any known diseases that are immunocompromise your body, or any diseases that may cause you to be in a more weakened state. That may kind of cause interference with it. But yeah, back in the day, the Middle Ages and the mid-after, people saw gout as like a status symbol. Like, they saw a king with it. And they were like, oh, this king, he eats so well. His kingdom is taking such good care of him. His kingdom loves him. He's eating all these rich foods. Surely this is a good kingdom. It also made it to where people thought, like, because a king or someone who had gout, that is like, oh, they have a very prosperous kingdom. Look how he's eating. Don't he have gout? Oh, wow. That means that the soil is rich as well, where anything they plant is just so full of richness and flavor. Those daughter. Now you want to hear something strange about gout that people thought about it? Kids? Yeah, it's all him gout. Because, like, this is one of the best things ever. So, another thing about gout, kids, cover their ears, is, people thought that gout was sexy. Because, listen to me. This is serious. Back in the days, people saw gout as sexy. Because, this is from a physician, a doctor at the time as well. He said that the gout is in the foot, so that all the rest of the blood can flow to the penis will make you better sexually. So since you're mostly sitting down, and the gout is a rich man's disease, all your blood is not in your foot, it's in your penis, and that makes you better at sex. This is true. This is from the 1400s, where a doctor said this. Around 1200 to 1400s, or a bit around 1500s. He stated that gout was in the foot, so that the blood can flow from the foot and go to more higher priority areas like the heart, and like the penis. So because since mostly gout sufferers sit down, they're not moving around a lot, stressing their bodies, so they're more vigorous in bed. Oh no! Gout does not make you more vigorous in bed. Not very hot. For some people, gout was sexy. Gout was an aphrodisiac. Yeah, it's cool. It was like between the 1200s and the 1500s. The people were kind of understanding the fact of gout. When they said that, but don't know, gout does not do that. Your blood still flows to your foot. It's just your big toe has crystals in there that you need to do moderation and do some bit of workout on the left your foot, the raise it up a bit, so that way you can have less gout. So it goes away. But now we know in the modern age that gout does not make you better in bed. Gout is not an aphrodisiac. Gout is not a sex stimulant. Gout does not make your penis more bigger, like how they taught many centuries ago. That is false. Please don't believe that. Please take your health seriously. Hugo is over there like, the best slave ever. The best slave ever, like that. He's going to clip so much of this. Hugo, if you can do a video about just the history of gout that we're talking about, that would be good to do. I'm going to be uploading the clip of the video to YouTube. What? Sorry about that, I have someone over. Sorry, I have my friend over as well. It's her birthday today. I was planning to make a compilation of several stays of yours, but I'll wait a couple more stays. Yeah, this is going to need its own kind of video compilation, just the history of Galvia. Sorry about the random verse. My friend was over here because it's her birthday. It was her birthday. It was yesterday. We were celebrating. She was just leaving. Okay. Happy late birthday to her. Yeah, I just thought to tell her that my chat said happy birthday. But yeah, that's the history of gout. And now Hugo is trying to make a video about it. And everyone's going to see it on YouTube. We're going to post it to Sixter. And everything, you know. But hey, it's knowledge. People thought it was an aphrodisiac back in the day. But it's like, it caused competition. I'm going to say the final. How the hell did we? Oh yeah, I was like, how the hell did we get on that? Yeah, because what isn't talking about his gout? But You know something with Watson's gout? He can still walk. That means that his gout is legal, but he's also treating his gout. But he also may have bandages under his bed, because usually, if you want to relieve the pain of gout, you will place gauze on it or bandages, or form a salve ointment for pain, or take a medicine for pain is better. Now, they're in like the late 1890s, 1889, so they have a more advanced medicine than the Middle Ages, you know. But also, it could be that his gout is less severe than the gout back then, really. But also, it said that Mrs. Watson's gout was unsuccessfully treated. So that means that Mrs. Watson is still doing things with the motivation. But yeah, the third and final myth that people talked about gout was that if you had the gout, that would mean that you would have I don't have here. Okay, yeah, if you had the gout, that would mean you would live long. Because a person with gout means they're eating rich food, they're eating like royalty. Well, back in the Middle Ages, like the 12th, the 1500s, 1600s, even later, you know, people were, you know, like, oh, this is royalty. We want our royalty to live long. Especially if it was a royalty that someone loved. So, if they heard that they had gout from eating so rich, from eating so happily, they were like, oh, our royalty is going to live longer. So people thought that gout would make them live, would make their royalty live longer. People truly thought that gout made someone live longer. So back then people thought gout was something to brag about. People thought gout was something sexual. But also is where people thought that gout I know gout myth. Okay, and we're back. Okay. We can get back into the game here. Oh yeah, the final Gelt myth that you were told was a fact is that Gelt made royalty live longer. Gelt made you live longer. Because look at it this way. Gelt was mostly given to people of the upper middle class or higher class, royalty, or certain classes where a lot of fatty foods or rich foods were consumed and loved per day or per over. Usually, the people back then wanted their loyalty to last a long time, because back then you could literally get money from the next successor or the throne, or, to control the people. So, when people hear, like, oh, their loyalty got gouged, it would be like, oh, they're going to live longer because their need to sit down so they're able to relax their body, not stress out with a lot of movement on anything. So yeah, you back then thought that gout would make their loyalty or would make you live longer than someone who didn't have gout. But even if your gout was treated, you were still given the okay to live longer. Like, they would think that, like, yes, some people did live longer that had gout. There were people in records that were of royal status that lived to be 83 or in their 90s that had gout that was treated or that had gout when they died. But that's just all in patterns. It can all be true. So gout does not make you live longer. Please get that rated. Gout does not make you live longer. Fully. Like they're like, oh, he has gout. Our king is going to live forever. He will never die. He is the chosen one, literally. From this religious symbol or from the higher ups of the higher courts, the next thing you know, he dies next month. Yeah, there's that fact coming from, huh? But yeah, they thought gout would make the royalty or would make people live longer. Fully. Especially those of royal status. But gout does not make you live longer. It can take some years off, but it won't make you live longer. The only thing that's going to live longer is the gout. Oh, he has gout. He must be a higher up, the chosen one. So he's going to live over all of us forever. We will never need another royalty. And then boom, they get. Oh yeah, that's the history of gout. Make this a video. Just make this a video already. Yeah, Hugo is having a field day today. I'll finish editing and probably in a week or less. Yeah, take our time with this, because I see you're having a field day over there, laughing and just like shocked at all of this. I know this is going to take a long time for you to do, because probably when you try to edit it, you're like, just going to be like, what the hell were they all thinking back in the Middle Ages? Okay, we have a game to play. And I just realized, I like how we started this game around 2 hours, 34 minutes. We're now at 3 hours and 20 minutes. We spent over 15 minutes or around 15 minutes talking about gout history. Like the myths and facts of gout history. Maybe not even 15 minutes. We probably spent like 5 minutes. Give or take. I'm going to just say 5 minutes, 15. Because I'm not going to count the ad break wordless, or the game talking about gout. I think I'll probably be like 3 to 5 minutes we talked about gout. But yeah, let's get back into the game. We just went off the locker. You will be laughing your butt off, apparently. Okay, so we just got with Mason. So, what was the other person? Let me see here. Oh, Margaret Porter. Imagine right word. Imagine me right word by word what you just said and not even using the translator. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why I said take your time with it. Oh, I think we need to go to Porter. That was one of the secretaries. Porter. Oh, there she is. Right. Porter. Looks like Mr. Tuttle was making time. Maybe this is hard, right? Okay.
I suppose everyone would say that Melvin Tuttle was immensely charming. Perfect manners, perfect dresser, perfectly eager to please. Why, every young woman he met was absolutely swept away by him. He was just perfect.
And what would you say, Mrs. Porter?
I would say he was perfectly nauseating. The man was more calculating than a mathematics table.
Why do you suppose Mr. Tuttle was raised to the executive level?
That baffles me more than life itself. But I do know that Mr. Swarthmore and Mr. Cartwright would have jointly made that decision. If anyone had asked my opinion, which of course they never do, I would have recommended promoting Mr. Diggs. He was an excellent solicitor who produced outstanding work for over 11 years.
Am I to assume that Mr. Tuttle's work wasn't up to snuff?
No, he was industrious, but thoroughly unexceptional.
How did Diggs and Mr. Tuttle get along?
Well, their relationship was quite strained. But who can blame poor Mr. Diggs being passed over for that promotion and then... no, I shouldn't gossip.
Scuttlebutt is perfectly acceptable under the circumstances, Mrs. Porter.
Well, Mr. Diggs was in love with Miss Spring, who was in love with Melvin Tuttle, who was in love with every woman, even, I believe, Mrs. Cartwright.
Mrs. Whitney Cartwright?
Yes. He used to escort her to various society functions at the request of Mr. Cartwright. In fact, just yesterday I posted a letter to her from Mr. Tuttle.
Did you post anything else of interest?
No. Just contracts. 5 to textile firms in Germany, 1 to August Heathcliff, 4 to textile firms in Manchester. It was a most hectic day, not even counting Mr. Tuttle's dropping over.
Oh, Tama, I know. This lady? Oh, Miss Porter, goodness. There's drama after drama after drama. So Diggs was very upset, but Diggs liked Miss Springs, but Springs likes Mr. Tuttle, and Tuttle likes every woman. But also Tuttle also had interest for Tuttle. drama, just a lot of drama. Okay. So, of course, understandably, Higgs was upset because he didn't get the position. But Higgs also likes Alice Spring. But Alice Spring only likes Tuttle. Tuttle is, attracted to a lot of women, but also would take Mrs. Cartwright to fancy dinners. But it wasn't anything like an affair because Mr. Cartwright knew of it. Not to like fancy galas where Mr. Cartwright may not like to attend, or he may have to work late, or work late with things, but he's like, take someone like younger, like Tuttle, that he knows and trusts, so they'll take Mrs. Cartwright. But it could be as well that Mrs. Cartwright is catching fancy of Mr. Tuttle. There's a lot of stuff with that. Okay, so what did he say? Looks like Mr. Tuttle was making time. Okay, this is Cartwright. Okay, let's go to Cartwright. Whitney Cartwright. Right. I think Mr. Cartwright's disappearance isn't so mysterious at all. The major there's some low spot going on between him and the missus. Cartwright Whitney Cartwright is a principal in the prestigious London law firm of Sloane, Swarthmore, and Cartwright. Cartwright's expertise is in contract law. He is married to the former Faye Burns. Okay, let's go to Cartwright.
Mrs. Cartwright? Mrs. Cartwright?
I'm sorry. I've had such a difficult time these past days. Tuesday I came home to discover this.
I received a note at the office. I know everything. I did not know I could have been so blind. If you love him, I will not stand in your way. Whitney, oh my.
And my husband was gone. I have not seen him since. He must have found out about Mr. Tuttle and me. It's ironic, but Mr. Tuttle broke off the affair 2.5 months ago when he told me he was in love with another woman. I tried to patch things up, but Melvin wouldn't hear of it. Do you think me dreadful to have done such a thing, Dr. Watson?
Why, no, I suppose.
My husband worked morning, noon, and night. I needed to be loved.
Yes, so, who do you suppose found it necessary to tell your husband about the affair?
I can't imagine, and why they would wait until after it was over to expose it leaves me baffled.
Have you any idea where I might find your husband?
I wish I did. I sent our butler to inquire at the Criterion Club, but I don't know for certain. If you do find him, Dr. Watson, promise me something.
Anything, Mrs. Cartwright, within reason.
Please, please tell him that I love him, and I swear I'll make it up to him.
Okay, wow. So Mr. Cartwright is gone. And she said that it was told about it 2 months after they ended the affair. So someone brought it up to Cartwright 2 months after. And Cartwright usually goes to...
In reason.
Please, our butler to inquire at the Criterion Club, but I don't know for certain. If you do find him, Doctor...
Okay, let's go to the Criterion Club. There. And then after this, we'll go to Alice Spring and Twin Tiggs.
Mr. Cartwright has been with us since yesterday, remaining in his room the entire time and consuming not much more than the decanters of whiskey we have sent to his room. I'd be careful going in to see him if I were you.
Mr. Cartwright, I've come to ask you some questions about the murder of Melvin Tuttle.
What did you say? The murder of Melvin Tuttle?
Yes. Can you tell me why you left the firm's offices so suddenly on Tuesday?
I received a note. It was very distressing. Everything she needs has Mrs. C. Furs and jewels and ever empty. While the husband works, the wife will play, and thus runs the world away. I was completely blind to it, of course. All the hints I'd seen but did not recognize became clear. I was so wrapped up in my work. I went home to speak with my wife, but she was out. The longer I waited, the less courage I had to face her. And I somehow ended up here. Does my wife know of Tuttle's death?
Yes. She said she loves you and will make it up to you.
Perhaps we can make it up to each other.
Okay, so he literally spent all the time that Tuttle died or was dead thinking because he got that letter. Wow. Clark says Mr. Cartwright didn't cry his bloody eyes out since Thursday afternoon, but he wouldn't let us in to see the chap. Well, if the other person's head was full, but he was thinking a lot, he probably told Otto to see him. Okay, so Alice Green. Actually, let's go here first.
Gin.
Well, well, well. Scotland Yard, busy as usual, I see.
Well, what we was doing was, we were...
making sure the desks don't walk away.
And I can see they haven't, constables.
Don't miss a trick now, do you, Mr. Holmes? Besides, anything you would have found here of interest, the inspector already sent on its way.
We met up with an elevator operator, a helpful chap, who says Mr. Tuttle looked pale and hardy, that he arrived at 8 in the morning. He was torn in. Mrs. Porter came at 9 with biscuits. But Mrs. Spring showed up a few minutes later, says she's quite a looker. Okay, so we have time frames, okay. Alright, we need to go to Miss Porter. No, not Porter, Spring. 9, not Porter. Alice Spring. We had to go out and buy Miss Spring a handkerchief. She was weeping like a faucet. Said she was in love with Mr. Tuttle, but he given her the boot because he was in love with another lady. Nothing on oil. Okay.
I arrived at the building a little before 9 o'clock yesterday morning. Mrs. Porter and I rode the lift together to the 4th floor. Mr. Tutt.
There, Miss Spring. I know how difficult this must be.
Melvin was in his office. While Mrs. Porter made tea, I went in to see him.
It sounds as if your relationship with Mr. Tuttle was more than professional.
We'd been seeing each other for 8 months, but he ended it last week. I was going to return this little gold locket that he gave me, but he wouldn't.
Okay, so this wasn't a case of one-sided love, where she liked him, but she didn't know if he liked her. No, they went out for 8 months, but then he broke up with her, saying there was another lady. So, wow. Oh, wow, okay. understood here. So he was secretly dating Alice.
Couldn't hear of it. Now it's all I have left.
Did he tell you why he ended it?
He'd fallen in love with another woman.
What did you do after you saw him?
Wept a bit. Then returned to my desk where I remained there until...
Oh, buck up, Miss Spring. Sometimes a relationship is what happens when two people are waiting for something better to come along. You'll have your day. I just know you will.
So, yeah, I have a feeling we can take her out. Because she was all ready to start, but you know what? We can't. Because she had heartbroken. This is more intense than any K-talk. I mean, she could still have told it because she was in the building. But he broke up with her on that day. But she said she went back to her desk. So, she could still be a subject as a crime of passion. What that means is that the crime was done in the intent of passion. Because, as you can see from there, she truly loved him. But it's like, maybe it was like, I can't have you. No other lady deserves you. But the way she is acting afterwards, after his death, it makes me believe it's better that she couldn't do that alone. I don't think she could do it alone. But the way that their relationship would make her people the suspect. Wow. Or, you know what? I just realized, back in this case, there were things called quote-unquote love potions. When people would put them into drinks so their lover could be with them forever. So back in these days, with the bit before, there were things called quote-unquote love potions or love elixirs that you would get. And many times these were made with not so safe material. Or, depending on who's making it, they could make it without really making it properly. It's like how some items that you cook, if you don't cook them properly, you could get food poisoning. So there's also that thought, like maybe she bought the love potion, maybe she got pulled into buying a love elixir, but it had poison in it. But she didn't know. But she put it in his tea. So the next thing, he would go madly in love with her. Because back in the days, there were a lot of cases of love potions or love elixirs having very toxic materials in them. Like, yeah, some materials that are toxic, if they're crushed right, they're not toxic. But back in the days, people would follow these old spell books or old potion books and think that it would work, or try to make it stronger. So she could have murder, even if it's innocent murder, as a crime of passion. So yeah, I still have to put her as a subject, just because of that on the time frame. If she bought something to make her love her, but then again, he broke up with her in the office. So she had no idea that she would be broken up with until that time. So there's also thought, like, where would she have went at that short time to get something like that without leaving the building? Because it was only on that day that she was told that they were going to end the relationship. She had no idea before then about another lady or about another person is held in his life. Some people can't take betrayal lightly, but it probably was this case, yeah. Okay, eggs. Hot eggs stay in the garden. He complained about not getting Mr. Toddle's job. Says he was a better solicitor, but had been at it longer. Won't know for sure, but maybe he was packing sour grapes. Oh. Okay, let's give Mr. Tiggs a try.
When Melvin Tuttle was promoted to junior partner and I was not, it was the final insult. He had only been there but 2 years. My work, I say quite immodestly, was superior. Clearly, my prospects with the firm were limited.
So I want to make it noticeable here. He has a garden. I see yellow flowers and blue something behind him. Something purple behind Watson, and something red in front of him. If this was a garden, he could have been planning or planting a poison like oleander, or something like that, or grounding a certain plant like boiled, preserved, or like lily family pot. So look at that, he has a garden. But it seems like he knows how to garden, because he's using trimmers to trim it looks like roses.
So I resigned.
Did you dislike Mr. Tuttle for only professional reasons?
No, it was much more personal. I hold Miss Spring in high regard, and it pained me to see her so taken in by his glibness.
Perhaps you should have tried to woo her with your beautiful roses.
I tried that, sir, to no avail.
Okay, but it looks like he tried to woo Alice with flowers as well, but it failed. Okay. So he has a garden. So if anyone could have poison, it would have been him, like pesticide or plancticide or weed killer or lawn care stuff that may have toxins in it. Like, this would be the main suspect for many reasons, especially for the garden. Like, only. Okay, so now we're going to go to Heathcliff.
Mr. Heathcliff, I understand that Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright has been preparing contracts for your textile business.
What's going on here? Those contracts were to be kept highly confidential.
And they shall continue to be, sir. I'm only interested in how the firm handled the negotiating and execution.
Well, suppose there's no harm in that. Some 8 months ago, Sir Sidney Sloane undertook the negotiations. Mr. Cartwright drew up the contracts. This whole thing surrounds a top-secret textile merger, which is more than I should mention.
My lips are buttoned.
I would appreciate that, Dr. Watson. I dealt exclusively with Mr. Cartwright throughout the contract stage. Mr. Swarthmore stepped in at the final hour, which I did find a bit surprising. His alterations, however, had no material effect on the final documents. That contract, as I said, is highly confidential. I would appreciate it if you did not read it.
I have no intention of reading it, sir. But I would like to keep the envelope, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
Mr. Holmes adores scented stationery.
Okay, so the envelope is scented. Remember what he just said. the envelope. This is a thing that exists. Scented envelopes only exist. So some people have a perfume they put on envelopes. But also, there is a thing that is still able to be bought, called scented envelopes. Usually it's like for stationery, but also it's like for memories keeps. Because if someone has an envelope for you, and it's scented, you leave the impression of, oh, this is how I remind the person of who they are. But yeah, scented envelopes are actually a thing. Let's see, what was the name of that operator? Let's go back to Sloan, so I can get that name again. Oh, he didn't have a name, okay. They never saw what came. Heathcliff. No one came to the door, so we went sniffing around for ourselves. We found an envelope from Tuttle that smelled like lilac. Oh, lilac. So it's a envelope that smells like a flower. I think we need to go to the house of the victim. Looks like some roping is worked over this place bad. I will see if anything was taken, but we couldn't tell. Perhaps you two better. Oh, so someone has been in his house.
My word, someone was looking for something.
And it appears that perhaps they didn't find it.
Look, Holmes, correspondence from Mrs. Cartwright, dated 22 June. Darling, I cannot believe that it is over. Please, please come to see me. I love you beyond all caring, Fay. Heavens to mercy.
What are those other letters, Watson?
They all have the same return address. 25 Chichester Street, SW, from someone with the initial VM. They seem to be dated back as far as mid-December.
Read one, Watson, will you?
Certainly. This one's dated 10 March. Your high spirits Sunday give me great hope. I believe in you and know that you will one day overcome Father's objections. But if it should take longer than you would desire, know that I will wait for you. I will wait for you forever. Ginny. Good heavens, Holmes. I do believe young Tuttle was just a stud horse in disguise.
Wow. So he literally had fan letters. He had letters sent to him, but he was getting them returned back to the sender. Wow. Okay, PM. Let's see, Virginia. Here we go. Miss Monroe's old man wouldn't let us see her. I think he thought we was there to court his daughter. He started ranting how even Melvin Tuttle would have been a better suitor than Simon like me. The nerve.
Tuttle, that popinjay!
Papa, please!
Virginia, that will be quite enough. Tuttle had the unmitigated gall to ask for my daughter's hand in marriage, and I forbade her to see him. She has had utterly no contact with him since. That I can assure you.
That's not true!
You defied my orders? How dare you? Young lady, have a good mind that...
Mr. Monroe, please. Let your daughter speak.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Mel and I met almost every Sunday in St. James Park and corresponded frequently. As soon as he had attained the position my father required, we were to be married. He was made a junior partner only last week. I think this might be important to you, sir.
Thank you, Miss Monroe. Most intriguing.
Hold on, I'm going to have to take a picture. Okay. Okay, Metcalf to G. Hamilton to Livingston to British Museum to Metcalf, Lot 42, Lot 48, British Museum to Livingston to Featherstone, Lot 54, Manhunt to British Museum to Livingston, Lot 55, Bank of England to Metcalf to Livingston to Mainhart. But you see here, it's currency, because you see the currency symbol right here. That is very interesting. Okay, we're going to see Brenda Walker. That was the secretary that was off on the time that he got murdered. Your Miss Walker kept batting her eyelashes at us, but the brightest celebrity gave us the creeps. She did, so we left.
Oh, poor Mr. Tuttle. Did you know I was one of the last living souls to spend time with him? Well, Mr. Tuttle, Mr. Swarthmore and I were working late on contracts, you see. Well, that's why I took the day off. Oh, when I found out about the news, I was shocked.
What contracts were you working on, Miss Walker?
Oh, I wouldn't know, would I? I mean, all I do is type. Never read a word of it. No, Mr. Tuttle, or should I say poor Mr. Tuttle, asked me to stay late to help with some last-minute revising. Well, Mr. Swarthmore chipped in and we got the job done.
Where were the contracts going?
Oh, I wouldn't know, would I? No, well, it seems a bit unusual, but Mr. Swarthmore typed the envelopes himself and handed them directly to Mr. Tuttle. The whole thing was very hush, you see.
You were there alone with Mr. Swarthmore and Mr. Tuttle?
Oh, yes. Imagine me alone with those two handsome men. Of course, Mr. Swarthmore is a bit intimidating, but he is a bachelor.
Did anyone else enter while you were there?
No. And then we left at 11:15 on the dot. Well, poor.
Okay, the game is getting weird. Let me get it set back up here, okay? I'm going to stop it. Okay, we got the lot out of here. So Swarthmore placed the envelopes and typed them himself.
Melvin Tuttle made a rapid rise in our firm simply because he was qualified to do the job. We shall all miss him.
Was it you who made the recommendation to promote him?
No, Mr. Cartwright did.
Well, why was Mr. Tuttle given a junior partnership over Mr. Diggs?
Diggs proved unsatisfactory. Tuttle showed initiative, spirit, and a good sense of judgment.
When did you last see Tuttle?
We worked together the evening before his death to complete some important contracts.
Did you provide your assistance at his request?
No. Sir Sidney asked me to lend a hand when Mr. Cartwright quite inexplicably left the office.
Can you shed any light on what caused him to leave so suddenly?
No, not in the least.
Okay, so Sloan told him to stay with Tuttle. So that's why, okay, so we need to go to Sloan. Okay, so Sloan. Sir Sidney Sloan.
It is terrible, simply terrible. He was such a fine young man. Consider me completely at your disposal, sir.
Thank you, Sir Sidney. I am interested in Mr. Tuttle's promotions within the firm.
Well, Swarthmore and Cartwright were responsible for those. You see, some 3 years ago, I partially retired from the firm.
Do you know if Mr. Tuttle was qualified for the job?
Oh, I trust Whitney and Henry's judgment implicitly.
Do you know much about the contracts Mr. Tuttle was working on?
Only the Heathcliff account. August Heathcliff, a prominent textile manufacturer. He asked me to conduct negotiations on an international merger. And when the preliminary work was completed, I turned things over to Mr. Cartwright, and Tuttle assisted him.
I understand Mr. Cartwright left the firm's offices quite suddenly on Tuesday.
Yes, evidently for personal reasons. Well, I was aware that the Heathcliff contracts were due to leave by the Morning Post, so I did talk to Tuttle about them. And he told me that he'd have no problem meeting the deadline because Miss Walker had agreed to stay late and assist him. Swarthmore appeared shortly after that and volunteered to work with them as well. Everything seemed to be in hand.
Tell me about your meeting with Mr. Diggs on the day of his resignation.
Harold Diggs was a fine, experienced solicitor of very high caliber, and he was quite insulted that the promotion went to Tuttle.
Do you find the choice odd?
Well, as I've explained, it was not my decision.
Did Mr. Diggs threaten you or Mr. Tuttle in any way?
No, heavens, no. Diggs was angry, but the thought of him threatening anybody is thoroughly ludicrous.
Hello, yo-yo. How are you? Hello, Mickey's Link Lloyd. So, you know that Diggs was very mad when he resigned. So we now need to see Metcalf. Squeamish. Okay, Metcalf. I mean, this chap is a little Lord Fauntleroy himself. We met no boss, he doesn't know a thing.
There must be someone to worry about my business transaction. I haven't the mind for it, so I have Mr. Swarthmore take care of everything. Do you suppose he's not doing a good job of it?
Mr. Metcalf, that remains to be seen.
Okay. So So now I'm going to go to the forensic sky. Meek.
Can't say if the pen is mightier than the sword, but most definitely is mightier than the scalpel. What can I do for you, Dr. Watson?
I would like to know what you and your scalpel discovered during the autopsy of Melvin Tuttle.
Yeah, let's see. Died of heart and respiratory failure, no disease present. I tested for many common poisons and could find no foreign substances. Of course, I know you realize many poisons are virtually undetectable unless you know what you're looking for.
Of course.
Say, Watson, I was going to run off and catch the cricket match. Care to join me?
Tempting, Sir Jasper, very tempting.
Okay, so he may not know about the poison, but we have a chemist, Mr. Murray. He may know something about it.
Professor Murray? Whitson! Helms! What are you two young sleuths working on today?
The Melvin Tuttle case, and it's Holmes and Watson, sir.
That's what I said, didn't I? Now, the Yard delivered a whole pile of evidence for this one. Toffee, tea, tobacco, pipe. Sounds like my breakfast this morning. Although right now I'd prefer some fish and chips. What did you discover, H.R.? Toffee. C12H22 oil 93%. Layman's terms, did you discover any poison? The toffee and the tobacco were merely toffee and tobacco. Now the tea contained the slightest trace, but more significantly, there was a higher concentration on the lip of the cup. What about the pipe? The tip of the stem. What sort of poison is it, Professor? China berry, a paralyzing nerve poison. Just traces can stop the heart permanently. It smells faintly of lilac. But you might read up on it in a book at the London Library. Where would one obtain such a poison, Professor? One might strike up an acquaintance with a South Sea Aborigine. Ah, it is not then readily available in London? No. Thank you, Professor, for your time. How much time was it, gentlemen?
Okay, remember what he just said. China berry. There was more on the lip of the tea than on the lip of the cup than the tea. Do you know what that means? It means that someone placed that specific cup for him to take so that he could get poisoned quicker. Because remember what he said, it takes a bit, but it does start to work. On this berry, he said it gives off the faint hint of lilac. And how did the envelope smell like? Lilac. So someone used China berry, and probably because it's strong, it left the scent. Or someone used the China berry on the envelope to tie or to poison someone else. So he said the Arboretum, Arbridge.
This seemed to be a dead end. No one had any information.
I thought he said, hey, let's go back to the Murray.
Tobacco were merely toffee. The tip of the stem. What sort of poison is it, Professor? China berry, a paralyzing nerve poison. Just traces can stop the heart permanently. It smells faintly of lilac. But you might read up on it in a book at the London Library. Where would one obtain such a poison, Professor? One might strike up an acquaintance with a South Sea Aborigine. Ah, it is not then readily available in London? No. Thank you, Professor, for your...
Okay, South Sea Aborigine. Okay. Yes. South Sea. Not here. Let's go in here. South Sea. is not here. Okay, let's go to the museum. I think he said it's at the museum.
My good Dr. Watson, what brings you here today? Murder, I'm afraid. Melvin Tuttle of the firm Sloan, Swarthmore and Cartwright. And we understand they handle much of the museum's property holdings.
Yes, we've given Henry Swarthmore complete control of our investment trust, which has grown under his stewardship. We are so very blessed because he's a most capable man.
Oh, so those were investments. So that's what they were. They were investments. Okay, we need to go to the Scotland Yard. Yeah.
Well, Holmes, here are the contents of Tuttle's desk, just like I promised. A folder containing information on textile contracts, very tedious. 2 trust files with lists of properties, stocks and bonds. One for the British Museum and one for a Richard Mainhart. And a list of various properties that they owned at one time or another. Disraeli O'Brien's name's on top.
What's this? A key from Bell's Baths.
And one gold locket, which says, to VM with love, MT.
How sweet. Is there a label on the box?
Yes. J.W. Benson Limited.
Curious. Here's a bill for a room from the Knights Arms Hotel. From the amount of it, it appears to be a monthly rate.
Oh, we're going to get spicy here. We're going to get spicy. Knights Arms. Oh wait, this is hotel. Oh, we're going to get spicy. Oh, the monthly rate. Ooh.
Melvin Tuttle, he certainly was one with the ladies. Brought in a whole parade of lovelies. Not all at the same time, mind you. In fact, Mr. Tuttle used this place so often, he kept a chamber here.
My word. When did you last see him?
Been 2 or 3 weeks. I don't know why, but he gave up his room.
Okay, so 2 to 3 weeks ago, he gave up his room. Okay, you need to go to Mainhart. Boy, he played around. Goodness, he played around a lot.
Mr. Swarthmore, Mr. Mainhart.
Swarthmore, you say?
Yes, Swarthmore.
Well, he delivers papers and I sign them. Terribly kind of him, for I rarely get out much, you see.
Yes, I can see.
Well, we know he didn't do it. Well, we know he didn't do it. We know he didn't murder anyone. He could bury here. Like, goodness. Okay, fast. It is fast. Well, we know he didn't do it. Goodness. He's old and he can bury here. Goodness.
What can I do for you, sir? I'm investigating the murder of Melvin Tuttle.
I don't understand.
Mr. Henry Swarthmore is a member of this club, is he not?
Yes?
I understand he was here yesterday. Did he meet with anyone?
I never pry into my customers' private affairs.
Was Tuttle a member?
Yes. I'm afraid I have no more time for your questions. I'm a very busy man. Good day.
Now, you should have come to old Jack Jensen in the first place. Swarthmore met Mr. Livingston here yesterday morning.
Cedric Livingston, the builder?
That's him. He owns the place. Used to be the first mate on the Glenda sailing the China trade. I was shipmates with him. Back in '58, the captain...
He said the China trade. Livingston. China trade. The ship. Oh.
Met with an unfortunate accident, or so the story said. Mr. Livingston brought the Glenda through. The owners gave him a fat reward and a captain's cut to boot. That's when he quits the sailor's life. Anyways, yesterday morning, Mr. Rake clears out Mr. Tuttle's locker and brought the stuff to his office. Mr. Swarthmore and Mr. Livingston was there waiting for a look-see.
So Swarthmore and Livingston are friends?
Thick as thieves.
What were they looking for?
Don't know. Didn't find it, though. Swarthmore was in a dither.
Thank you, Mr. Jensen.
Thanks is lovely. A few bobs better.
Yep. You see, it's... You get the money. Like, gold. You just... Like... Did you just have a heartbreak? Okay. So, if it was just an heartbreak, let me repeat that for you here. I'll just repeat it.
Sir.
I'm investigating the murder of Melvin Tuttle.
Sorry.
I don't understand.
Mr. Henry Swarthmore is a member of this club, is he not?
Yes?
I understand he was here yesterday. Did he meet with anyone?
I never pry into my customers' private affairs.
Was Tuttle a member?
Yes. I'm afraid I have no more time for your questions. I'm a very busy man. Good day.
Now, you should have come to old Jack Jensen in the first place. Swarthmore met Mr. Livingston here yesterday morning.
Cedric Livingston, the builder?
That's him. He owns the place. Used to be the first mate on the Glenda sailing the China trade. I was shipmates with him. Back in '58, the captain met with an unfortunate accident, or so the story said. Mr. Livingston brought the Glenda through. The owners gave him a fat reward and a captain's cut to boot. That
You guys didn't have an outbreak? Okay, because I saw the time reset for playing an ad. So I thought you guys had an outbreak. Is there an outbreak right now, or are you guys good to go? Is there an outbreak now, or are we good to go to the zone? Okay, we're good. Okay. So yeah, so see, they also gave him a few spare coins this year. So yeah, you see that gave him a few spare coins here. Because that is some valuable information. So we have Blake and Livingston. So let's go to Livingston.
Are you acquainted with Mr. Melvin Tuttle?
Tuttle. No. Oh, isn't he Swarthmore's associate? Yes, I suppose I may have met him once.
I assume you are a friend of Mr. Swarthmore's?
Hardly. I've done a bit of business with the firm. We've had several formal meetings and 2 or 3 business lunches. That's about the extent of it.
He's lying. Oh. Okay. But then there was Blake.
Pity. It appears that no one is in.
However, can you tell, Holmes?
There is a sign on the door that says, "We are gone for the day."
How terribly observant, Holmes.
So Blake is gone for the day. Okay. So they were looking for or something. Okay, let's go to O'Neill. Let's go check O'Neill. Okay, we'll try for that one.
I haven't seen Mr. Tuttle in 2 months. For quite some time, he would come in here almost every day on what I took to be his lunch hour.
In search of what?
Property transaction files. The list of the names of the owners of a given property lot and the dates on which that lot were transferred to another owner, along with the sale prices.
Why do you suppose he was interested in that?
He never said. I never asked.
Okay, well, now we're going to go to J.W. Benson. I think it may be here. Yeah, there it is.
Mr. Tuttle was a very good customer. He bought dozens of gold-plated lockets, each time varying the inscription.
It's a small wonder how a man keeps that many women straight. What of the diamond locket he purchased?
He bought that last week. That one was solid gold, not plate. I believe he was finally getting serious about someone.
How lovely for him. And too late.
Oh, my goodness. Okay. Remember what B.M. Virginia Monroe said? She said that when Dodo got the promotion, her father would like, her father told her that the only way Dodo would even get into the relationship is if he got the promotion. Because remember what he said, father required him to get the promotion in order to even see him. But remember, the locket had B.M. Virginia Monroe, but he also gave her that thing with the amounts on there, something that is highly sacred. What I think is, since he met the requirement to get promoted to a better level at his job, he was finally able to be the Virginia Monroe. But because of what happened, it never happened. But he showed seriousness. He stopped with Alice, he stopped with Cartwright, but he was trying to go on the slate end because he finally found someone that he felt connected to. That wasn't a fling. That wasn't a fling at all. But it was Virginia. Now we need to go to the criminology lab. Because B.M. was on the locket. He said that was gold, not plated, but gold. Then Virginia Monroe said that her father had a requirement that Tuttle would need to have a promotion or a higher status job in order to even think about having his daughter's hand. Then he gets the promotion when he goes to the state end. He closes out his room at the hotel. He ends the relationship with Alice. He ends things with Mrs. Cartwright. And he returns those mails that he was given. Remember, they had returned the sender on them or return back. So he was getting ready to take the hand of Virginia. When this happened. Oh, I think that's Scotland Yard.
Professor Murray? Whitson! Helms! What?
Oh, okay, that's what that is. Okay. Okay, let's go to the library. Remember they talked about something with the library.
Here it is, Murray's Compendium of My Favorite Poisons.
Bewitching title, read on.
It says, Chinaberry, Melia azadirach, is a tree of warm, temperate regions producing panicles of fragrant purple flowers, followed by pale yellow berry-like drupes about half an inch across. Sounds lovely, doesn't it?
Not half as lovely as solving this case, Watson.
Of course. The fleshy pulp of the fruit contains a paralyzing nerve poison. When distilled into its crystalline pure state and ingested, only 0.05 grams is enough to prove fatal to the most hearty of men. Heart action starts.
He said crystalline. Okay, Hugo, everyone, did you hear that? He said, in its crystalline state. What else is crystalline state? Sugar. What would some people put in a tea? Sugar. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I have to be in my city. Because it don't mean they said something like city. Sugar. Okay, but yeah, as he just said, in its crystalline state, it's even more potent. But remember what Murray said. The lip of the teacup had the most activity, but also the end of the pipe was stronger. Two areas where if someone was sipping tea or had a pipe after drinking tea, it would be stronger at. So Chinaberry, it is not toxic in its natural state. It's only toxic when it's in a crystalline state or in a form of like sugar. But again, what would you put in a tea? Sugar. But remember, it has the faint smell of lilac. But this yellow won't purple. Instead of lilac, it's all purple. So remember that. Chinaberry is only lethal when in a crystalline state, like sugar. Oh, my goodness. I think we need to go to Porky. I think someone imported Chinaberry in a crystalline faction. But I think Porky may know something. Something that you would import.
Melvin Tuttle, you say?
Yes, he was a young solicitor with Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright.
Sorry to say, Holmes, but I'm afraid the only thing I can offer you on this one is a pint or three.
Shinwell, I will take you up on that the very moment we solve this case.
Okay, but the first time, what I understand, Porky doesn't have anything. But again, this is a more higher status case. So probably Tuttle wouldn't go here at all. Because remember, there's the boss. They're fine and stuff there. But the one then. Wait, this time, I thought I saw a hospital. Wasn't there a hospital? Yeah.
Can't say if the pen is mightier than the sword, but it most definitely is mightier than the scalpel. What can I do for you, Dr. Watson?
I would like to know what you and your scalpel discovered during the autopsy of Melvin Tuttle.
Okay, never mind. That's, meek. That's meek. trying to say here, it was someone with a P. Was it a pharmaceutical?
Where might one procure Chinaberry?
Chinaberry? Oh, it's very rare. Why, I recall when I first started working here 40 years ago, we brought some in for a study and then disposed of it. Since that time, we have no record of it being brought into England. If you want to obtain some, it would have to be done illicitly. But I don't recommend it. It has a lovely name, but it's deadly poison.
And then there was the society club, the high society club.
I could talk about the social doings of Messrs. Sloane, Swarthmore and Cartwright, but who would want to listen? They're a dull crowd all round.
Bobby Pike.
Well, if you insist. Sir Sidney attends all the best social functions, even the stuffiest ones the Times refuses to cover. Henry Swarthmore is a confirmed bachelor who attends only those galas which are obligatory to the prestige of the firm. Whitney Cartwright is the forgotten man on the social scene. He habitually sends his wife, a very charming woman, in his stead. She is usually accompanied by one of the lesser members of the firm.
What about a Mr. Melvin Tuttle?
Most recently the steady escort of Mrs. Cartwright, which is highly unusual. You see, her previous escorts were rotated quite frequently. People were beginning to talk in whispers, of course.
Were Mrs. Cartwright and Mr. Tuttle having an affair?
Alas, I can only speculate. If they were, they broke it off some 3 months ago. Since that time, Mrs. C has returned to the quiet rotation of office personnel. Actually, Tuttle always struck me as a bit of a social climber, which gives their liaison even more sinister connotations.
Hear ye, hear ye. The Queen's Court stands in order. Good afternoon. I understand you've been investigating the murder of Melvin Tuttle. Truly a sordid affair. So tell me, who was the murderer? Please choose from either your notebook or the directory.
It was Swarthmore. Because remember, he even volunteered to type the envelopes. Well, remember what Watson said? The envelopes smelled like lilac. So Swarthmore. Henry Swarthmore.
Yes, indeed. Now tell the court how he murdered Mr. Tuttle.
Okay. Wait, did Tuttle seal the envelopes with his lip? Like with his tongue? Oh my goodness. If he sealed it with instead of a stamp or with a sealer, then he used his own tongue without the places. But he said it was slow. But the guy said that it works quickly. But they did all of that. Oh, wait, they got them done last night, but he never sent them out the post until the morning. Remember what the lady said, the secretary. They did all the work last night, but they left at 11:10. Then Tuttle gave Miss Porter I think it was, the envelopes in the morning of the post. So they did the work last night, but he didn't stamp or lick them to seal until the morning time. When that traces of it that turned it to sugar or crystalline, it was labeled on those envelopes. So when he licked it, the crystalline from the envelopes would be on his tongue. I think that's what happened. He sealed them.
Absolutely correct. Now, why did Swarthmore murder Tuttle?
Oh, the transfer of the bonds. Tuttle was blackmailing Swarthmore, who was misusing his power of attorney over certain trust funds in their care. Because remember the thing that Virginia had? It probably was evidence, but he would leave it with someone that he truly cared about.
Excellent deduction. Now tell us who was Swarthmore's accomplice. And again, you may choose from your notebook or your directory.
Mr. Livingston. Because they were looking for those documents. It was Mr. Livingston.
You are correct. Now tell the court what role Mr. Livingston played in the murder of Melvin Tuttle.
Okay, this one I was a bit confused on. Oh wait, remember? What they said, that one of them was riding on the China Sea. Well, this Chinaberry that killed him, I think he was a partner in Swarthmore's scheme to milk his clients. And he provided the poison.
Fine job. Perhaps you should consider a teaching post at the Sherlock Holmes School of Deductive Reasoning. Thank you so much for solving the case. This court is recessed. Until next time, of course.
My word, dear Holmes. Perhaps we are in the wrong business altogether. If we had been top-notch, we should have cracked this case in less points. I think I'll ring up the university immediately and see if we might enroll in a detective course.
I told it would have a video, but I guess depending on what it is, it may not have a video. So I guess in the third volume, some may have a video and some don't. But okay, Swarthmore and Livingston are using their powers to build clients. When Virginia Moreau had the document with her, they thought Tuttle would have it, so they racked his house and also his locker at the society. But they couldn't find it. One of them used to be on a boat that was the Sea of China, or that was in the China Sea. Well, that's where you would get Chinaberry. Okay. Okay, so our spring has come to an end. We are now at 4 hours and 38 minutes. But wow, imagining embezzling for so much money that someone knows about it when you know know that they know about it because they tell you about it, but he leaves it with Virginia Monroe because she had the list that they knew about. He truly did know Virginia Monroe, so she trusted her because also she's not affiliated with the law firm, so he couldn't give it to Alice. Definitely not Miss Porter. She gossips. Or any other secretary. Virginia was the outsider that could hold on to it until later. All right, let's get us into the information. I like how they stated that this lane would be only 3 hours, but for 4 hours, 39 minutes in. So now, what I'm going to do here is we're going to play our late music. But I'm going to see who we're going to play. Hello, Monkey. We just started in this lane here. We're about to get the late music started and see who we're going late. Talk about Galvin started Sherlock Holmes Volume 3. Okay, I disconnected it. I just disconnected. Hi. Please tell me when we're reconnecting. Yeah, I'm still here. Sorry. We connected it. Okay, are we all back here? Okay, yeah, here we go. Are we all back? Okay, so yeah, we're still going to play some on Hold Already. Let me get this late music turned on here. Today's music is from Luxury Elite called On Meditation. That's our latest music for tonight. Sorry, so the rating is small now, and they're playing peak. So the customer is more than there. So we have almost start the game.